It is the Rick and Bubba Show, and it is leaning on 8 minutes past the hour. We start a brand new day with you, brand new hour, and we thank you for making us part of your day. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We can do unscreened phone calls. That's always an option as you help produce this hour. Don't just sit there and listen or watch, but join in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Well, if you're just tuning in for the first time ever, I'm sorry, but it is the kickoff hour, the Good Time Gang. We host this hour in preparation of Rick and Bubba joining us for the main show, and they'll do that in 1 hour from now. So we'll kind of skim the surface of some of the stories out there today. You know, we'll delve into the personal lives of the staff members here and get ready for the guys to join us. Dan Moultrie will be with us next hour. He'll talk the great outdoors, and we'll catch up with old Dan. Hadn't seen him in a while. But we're all anticipating what his wife, Patty, has made for us today. Surely he does not show up empty-handed. Will a meat could spin? That's on the table. All of that ready to go here on today's Rick and Bubba Show. But without further ado, over to my right. And then right in there is Adler. But over here, it's Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good?
Gentlemen, fired up. Here we go.
Fire it up one
Another
time.
day. Let's get it.
One clap. Now, how's everybody doing? Everybody good? Fired up?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I had to get through. I had to get through Monday because look. Let me tell you, I was off yesterday. Like I just could not all throughout the day, not just at the show, but at home, and then last night, everything was just off.
A little bit
because of that vacation. Yeah, now I'm ready though.
Right. Well, you know what it is? It's like
sitting on G and waiting on O's. What I'm doing.
Watch it now.
All right, so
watch out.
You know how they always go, hey man, when it comes to athletics, you know, hey man, you got game speed's different than whatever.
It is.
Well, for our brain, even though we weren't doing something like really hard,
such a good analogy.
But it's like our brain had to be in show mode because everything happened so fast.
Yeah.
It takes a day. It's almost like you got to get your first practice or your first game under your belt. Now you're like, okay, I got it now. I know the speed I need to be at. Yeah. Because you just kick it out of gear a little bit. Yeah. And so
I
we
feel
did
really
that
good about it today, though.
Well, good deal.
Greg does too.
Yeah. He's so excited. He's been walking around drinking coffee.
He hates talk like this.
I know.
Yeah.
I've got a little something for y'all, and I don't think that you'll ever guess this audio I'm about to play for y'all.
Does this say what y'all think this is?
Yeah. I just want.
Hey, what y'all think about this?
What do you think this might be?
I just want to know what.
Give me a little thought on this situation.
What y'all?
We're jumping in.
Yeah, I mean right out of the gate.
Right out of the gate.
Hey, what y'all think about this? What do y'all think this is?
Come on. I'm sorry.
Pull it apart.
No.
Pull it apart.
I don't know.
Please don't. What do y'all think that is? Has to do with a story that's out today.
Somebody's got their hand stuck in something.
Okay.
Pull it apart?
Greg, that's not bad, buddy.
Get their hand out.
Hey, I'm proud of you. Your brain's working a little bit. That's not it, but that's in the. Okay. You're in the right.
I thought they were talking about some kind of animal at first. And,
pull it apart.
If we're playing Marco Polo in the pool, you're getting warm.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew it was a guess, but I felt like when she says pull it apart, like I'm stuck in something. Get it apart so I can get out
stuck.
of it.
It's not tragic.
No,
they're not really.
They're giggling a little bit.
Yeah. They're doing that. They're not screaming. They're going.
I'd like to see you guess one time.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it's.
Well, I just don't know. I'm not participating.
You gave something stuck like a body part or something, and that's not it. So I'm thinking it's some kind of animal or plant, or they're gonna have to break something in order to get something free.
Okay. Now you're participating.
So
bear trap. I call it a bear trap.
It could be a trap. It could be.
All right. We have a woman who got her nose ring caught in a chicken coop fence.
Oh, wow.
And her friend tried to separate the ring from the chicken wire.
So so she says pull it apart.
Yes. So she's got her nose ring, stuck in chicken wire.
What was she? I'm sorry.
Pull it apart.
No.
Pull it apart.
I don't know.
What was she trying to do?
Apparently, maybe feed the chickens or something, but she's leaning over and she's stuck.
The chicken coop.
How about that?
She just didn't realize.
Here's a little bit of that. Adler's showing it right now.
So it is caught up in chicken wire.
Yeah,
well, that's what happens.
We're down in there.
You got to watch them.
Never understood a nose ring.
I know.
Don't have anything against it. If you want to wear one's fine. I just don't understand it.
Right.
I don't look at my nose and go, you know what would look good in that? A big hoop.
All right, so right now, we've talked about the fact that as I've gotten older, I've developed just some allergies. I don't know why. I don't know how.
A little bit
it
of
just
candy.
it just happened. And so a lot of it has to do with cutting the grass and getting out and all that.
I think you're allergic to cutting grass.
And so you got a little bit of a runny nose, and you're always blowing your nose and stuff. Imagine if you had a ring in the way of that runny nose.
Oh, I could.
That's what I'm saying. That's a whole other deal you got to deal with.
My ring would be rusty.
Yeah,
that thing rust off.
I mean, think about that.
I agree.
Gross, your tongue ring?
Don't even go there. I don't know.
Food caught
another
up
one
in
I don't
it?
understand.
I don't know who sits around and goes, I tell you what, if I could just get my tongue pierced, my day would be better, and I would just be a better person. I mean, this got to be first of all, it's got to hurt like crap.
Yes.
And it can't be healthy. Golly.
Yeah, the little,
I'd like
like
to
the
get
little,
one.
Ooh.
Nose or tongue?
Tongue? How long do I got to keep it?
You got to keep it a year.
A year?
A year?
Are you serious?
50K.
I'll probably do it for 25.
Are you serious? You do it for 25,000? Yeah.
I might take less, but yeah.
Greg, it's a year, buddy. We're talking a year.
Yeah,
we're not talking
33,000.
Yeah. 33,000.
That's a specific number that you need to pay something off with, and that's the 50. That's why I said 50.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. How many weeks are there in a year? 54.
That'd be 52.
52. I'll go 52 grand.
Okay,
Got 1,000 a week.
Okay, that's not a bad way to look at it.
Huh? Something.
I've got somebody that says they'll pay it. Then you're gonna talk that.
Welcome, Kickoff. How y'all doing?
I mean, what again? Why? Okay, and why? I just want to ask that question.
I don't understand. I really don't understand.
I mean, there's no.
I don't understand the nose ring. I really don't understand the tongue ring.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Because if
the
you
tongue
think
ring,
about it, the nose ring is a you think it's fashion.
Yeah.
Look at me. But the tongue thing, really, if your mouth's shut, nobody knows you got it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it.
It can't feel great.
Well, not,
as far as just kind of in your
delve
mouth.
Off, and there's reasons.
I know.
And I knew you would mention that because we were 30 seconds from the break.
It's all about the placement of it.
Sure.
Okay, buddy.
Just keep talking.
Yeah. You know what I don't understand with the guys is that why we're getting our chest pierced.
Yeah. You got big problems if you're doing that.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna call it.
Right. Why are we doing that?
All right.
Why do we want to mutilate ourselves?
Let's get off this subject and move
Back
on.
to the nose ring, though. No way.
That's just strictly fashion. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't do it, but I'd do. I'd do a nose ring for $500.
How about the ones that get the eyebrows?
Yeah, that's weird. What about straight through the lip right here? Mm-hmm. Like a circle there.
Yeah.
You know what I had to do yesterday?
What?
Call AAA.
Oh, no.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour, kickoff hour live. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. Dan Moultrie joins us in about 1 hour from now. Talk the great outdoors. You're going to have to match Moultrie next hour. Looking here, we got some things to give away today that you're going to really like. So you don't want to go anywhere, and make sure that you join us next hour for Dan Moultrie, plus some guests here as we talk the great outdoors, catch up with Moultrie, and see what Patty's brought. Surely Dan doesn't come empty-handed, right? I mean,
let's hope not. He won't be invited back if he does.
I'm telling you, Dan, I hope
that's what Greg said. Yeah, that was all Greg.
That's all Greg. Willamette could spin as well, and on the Willamette, by the way, is look at there. There's Moultrie right there. So we have a lot to do today, and we thank you for being with us. As we come on back, we were talking as we went to break, and Helmsy, you mentioned that you had to call AAA yesterday, and that's never good. No offense to AAA.
It's no, they do a fantastic job bailing me out
but
yesterday.
Let's face it, you're not happy when you're having to deal with it.
Well,
That means something bad's happening.
Who is?
I will say
Good
this.
to see AAA today.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
If this is the
called
only
you in
ever
a while.
time I have to call them, situations like yesterday, then it's perfectly fine because nobody's hurt, nobody's stranded, nothing like that. We're all at home. I was, I told you about my wood project I had going on at the house where I had a bunch of wood that was I've been wanting to get it out of there forever.
Right.
And so cut it up.
Never mind. Go ahead.
This old man's wood.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you might want to explain that.
Well, he was a woodworking guy, the guy I bought the house from, and he
had you kind of envious. He had a cool little shop. It looks like
he did. He had an awesome little. He was an engineer, so there's a lot of little intricacies you could see in the house that are really interesting. The way he put them together, and
right.
A lot of shelving. The garage is fantastic. The way that he has shelved everything up. But above, on one side, he had a ton of wood that I just hadn't got rid of because I really didn't know what to do with it and didn't know if anything in there matched or if I could use it and whatever. So we've been in the house now for nearly 5 years, and I thought, well, I got to do something with this wood. Nobody's going to use this wood, and it's in the way and whatever. So,
and you said if that don't fire you up, your wood's wet.
I could. I took a chainsaw of all things because I don't have like just a wood saw. Because I'm not a woodworker. I took a chainsaw and cut it up in a bunch of different small pieces so that I could cycle it into the garbage cans.
Okay.
And so for 2 weeks, the garbage when it comes by has got wood in it. And so finally done with that, by the way, because today's garbage day and all the wood. So yesterday I was putting the finishing touches on the wood project.
Okay.
And all this is getting to calling AAA, by the way, believe it or not.
I cannot believe it.
And so I have put the wood in the garbage cans.
Okay.
Braden is actually in this moment, he's vacuuming out my car or Amanda's. Well, it's actually Amanda's car, but she won't drive it. the SUV.
Oh, sounds
She
frustrated.
well, she doesn't like to drive it.
Okay.
She says it's too big. Whatever. Although she wanted it, that's
Oh, okay. So you got you an SUV that it's really not ideal until the family's in it.
Exactly.
And then you're like, man, I'm glad we got this.
That's it. The only time she will drive it is if she has to do a ton of carpool stuff, or we're going anywhere as a family.
Right.
And so I'm in it, and Braden's vacuuming it out from the weekend. It was, all kinds of stuff in it. So he's vacuuming it out over there. So the vacuum cleaner's going. I told him, I said, hey, I'm about to crank up the blower, and I'm going to blow all of this wood shavings and stuff out of here. Just clean all this up. Well, by that time, the girl, I've already been through carpool. The girls are upstairs getting them a snack, whatever. So Braden and I are downstairs getting after it. And Amanda pulls it down in the driveway. Where all that wood was stacked in the driveway was right where she normally parks. And so I stopped her. I said, hey, hold on. And I had the backpack blower just to go. And I said, hey, stop right there, like that. Kind of pointed, and I said, hey, stop right there.
Were you frustrated when you did
I said, hey, car, stop, put it right there.
Right.
And she said, okay. So I was blowing out the wood shavings and everything, and I go on outside. Well, she pulls in the garage. And she opened the door, and, of course, the blower's still going on. I said, hey, back out. Back out.
And you're trying to holler over a blower.
Well, she's already cut the car off, and she's got out, and she's kind of frantic, like, what are you talking about? And I just said, hey, don't worry about it. I'll move it.
Mm-hmm.
I finished blowing off whatever, and I come over there. She's locked the keys in the car.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And guys, I somehow it ended up being my fault.
Well, you're waving and stuff.
So
you know what's going
she said
on.
I distracted her.
Wait a minute.
Because I went to so look.
You
listen,
better keep talking and move on.
I know. So I went. What I did.
Don't delve off it.
So I said,
turn down that road.
Honey, I'm sorry. Is what you said.
Well, I mean, what do you do? And so I said,
messed up again.
Dadgummit.
So I said,
Stupid me.
I turned off the blower so I could actually hear what was being discussed, because you got to remember the vacuum cleaner's still running over here with Braden. He's got the shop vac going on the other car.
He didn't know.
He didn't even know what's going on. I didn't at this point, and I said, hey, don't worry about it. I'll just move it. So
were you kind of act?
I was, because I just said, hey.
You're trying to wave her in.
Pointing to the ground. Hey, leave it there. Leave it there. Park it there. Said that like 4 times. Now I get she couldn't hear me.
Right.
She was inside the car and had a blower going.
Oh.
But I thought she could read my lips. But then when I went off, she pulled back in. I said, hey, and she was frantic and grabbing things and all this. Well, she's been a long day at work. I get all that.
That's on you, buddy.
Yeah.
So I said, okay, that's fine. So then I go to get in the car to move it again, to back it up so I can finish what I'm doing. And I'm like, I said, hey, where's the key? And she goes, it's in it. And I said, well, I hope not.
Oh.
And she goes, why? I said, the door's locked.
Oh,
she goes, I didn't lock the keys in here. I said, I'm afraid you did. And I start checking every door, and it's nothing. And I'm like, the keys are in here. I don't know what to tell you. She goes, what do we do next? And I said, well, if you'll go upstairs and call AAA, I'll deal with it when they get here. How about that? And she's like, okay. So, so he comes out. Of course, same guy, by the way, from like 3 years ago, had to do the exact same thing with the other car.
Oh, wow.
And that was my fault. Turns out that was my fault that day, too.
Oh, yeah.
You're screwing all kinds
so
of
I told him that.
Own it,
he said, I think I was here a couple of years ago for that car.
Yeah.
Braid's still over there vacuuming, by the way.
Right. And what are you doing all that wood?
And I said, yeah. I said, turns out that one was my fault, and this is my fault, too. And he goes, I completely understand what you're saying.
Oh,
I said, okay.
Wow.
I didn't know AAA did that.
They do.
And
really,
so I'm going to ask the obvious question.
No,
so
fine.
You don't have another set of keys. You just only have one set.
We don't, and that's something that
I've had that situation.
Yeah, I do too.
Well,
I understand, because sometimes when you buy a used vehicle, they only have one set.
Amanda asked me, she goes, why do we only have one? I said, because that's all they had when we got this vehicle. And I said, we can get another one made. And I said, it's going to cost way more than it does a AAA coming out.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Yeah, of
Keys
course.
expensive.
Just no. This is going to be funny. So I got, I guess when we got our last used car, it only had one set, and there's a place close by that does that. Now you have to leave the car with them, and then, but it's a lot less expensive. But I mean, it's the same thing.
When you say leave the car with them, how long we talking?
I think about half a day or something.
That's
like
not bad.
Or a day, or I don't know. It's something to that effect. But anyway, you get another fob because to your point,
I probably need to go that route.
That's something that's always on the list, and you're like, oh yeah, we'll get that done. And then until you need it, you're like, gosh,
especially with having one that's about to start driving, and he'll lose it in a minute.
Of course, need to have.
He'll
one
lock
of those
them in it in a minute too.
I've got a couple of those.
All right, I need to get that contact info.
Yeah. All right, so AAA was at the house.
Yeah, I got to spend time with AAA yesterday. Had no idea that was going to
Did you
enter my day.
apologize to Amanda for doing that?
I did. I did. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour. Dan Moultrie has arrived, and he's got food, y'all.
I'll be checking that out here shortly.
Come on with it. Attaboy, Dan.
Wow.
He never arrives empty-handed. I love it. We have got him next hour. We'll be talking the great outdoors. Match Moultrie. We got some gifts here to give away. So you could win some really cool things from Moultrie next hour, so be paying attention to that. As we come on back, we talk a lot here on the show about getting older, and when you get older, you just hurt, man. I don't know what it is. Terry and I we were laughing anytime she goes, we just make a lot of noise, but like bending down, picking stuff up, sitting down. It's like, you're just always struggling, it seems, in something. And
every year it gets louder.
Yeah, it really does. Relief Factor can help, though. It's helped us. If you suffer from aches, pains, inflammation from time to time, we really like this product. It's 100% natural, research-based formula that was created to help combat the root causes of inflammation. And you need to check them out right now. The 3-week trial pack is just $19.95. It's the Quick Start Pack. So when you go to ReliefFactor.com, look for that. $19.95. Maybe this can help you. It's helped us. But that 3-week trial pack is what you want to see. Okay, is this really working? And we've heard from so many of you that it really helps you from the aches and pains. Maybe it's exercising. Maybe it's just getting old, everyday living. Whatever the case, make sure that you check them out at ReliefFactor.com. And when you do, you're looking for that 3-week supply. It's the Quick Start Pack for just $19.95. You can always go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button as well. So you were talking about keys and key fobs, and Amanda came in and got out of her routine, which I do understand that. You were telling her stop, get out, whatever, and so just in a hurry, she closed the door. It locked behind her, and
clearly my fault. It's on me.
And you need to get another set made, and that's been on your list, and that's probably something you'll do now. But you had to call AAA to the house and all that. Anyway, so we're in the exact same situation with JC. All right, when we got him this used car to go off to school, he only had one set, and how long do you think it's been on my list? Now you got to have the car, right? And so that person has to be home, and he's only home in spurts, and it's not long. So it's like, when do you have time to get that done? Well, anyway, he is off, I guess, a couple of weeks ago playing baseball, and they drove to get on the team bus and then drive down for this big JUCO tournament that decides who's going to represent the state of Alabama in the big World Series, okay, up in Colorado or something. So it's in Ozark, Alabama. Y'all been to Ozark, Alabama? Anybody? Anybody? Raise your hand.
Not. Yeah,
Raise
I have
not.
not.
Okay.
I have.
All right.
They used to have a client in Ozark of all the places before my Rick and Bubba days.
Okay. For those of you around the country, if you've ever heard of Troy or Dothan, Alabama, it's in that area.
It's in the middle of Troy and Dothan.
Yep, it is.
Well, I have been there.
Yeah, I mean,
you didn't realize.
Yeah.
I mean, most of the time you're not just going to go through Ozark. You have to have a reason.
Yeah.
Now it's a very nice town, but that's where he was, and that's about, if you're looking from my house, we're looking at 2.5 maybe, and then if from where he is,
it is
from where he is on his campus, we're looking in the 3s.
Yeah.
I mean, it takes a minute to get there. Well, so they meet and everybody parks their cars. They get in the bus and here they go. Well, we go down. They ended up losing. I forget on what day. Terry and I went to that game, and then we say bye to him. After the game, everybody walks over to the bus, says bye. Everybody hugs. Season's over. Everybody's emotional. Seniors are going off, whatever. And Terry and I, see you later. And so we're gone. So Terry and I had a little couple. You know what? We were just, we were stopping where we wanted to stop. We were eating where we wanted to eat. And so I guess we're back to around Troy by now. And I get a text.
Oh, goodness.
And I love this text. It's really vague. Hey, I couldn't find my keys when I was loading everything back up from the hotel room, but they're probably in my bag. But I really looked. But I think we'll be okay. And it was just something like that. I'm like, well, what does this mean? And Terry's trying, she's over there in the passenger seat, so she's reading these things, and she's trying to, oh, no, what does this mean? So she's texting. And I told her, I said, will you please tell him this is you texting on my phone? Because it didn't – the things she was saying were
they weren't adding up.
No. So anyway, she's like, okay, I will. So she does. So he says, hey, we're about to stop and eat. He's on the bus during this whole time. And our bags are up under us. And so whenever we stop to eat, then I'll check. He said, of course, this discussion has now freaked all my teammates out because nobody's really checked to see if their keys are in the bag.
Sure, yeah.
And I'm like, well, I'm telling Terry, well, ask him this. Why would your keys be out of your bag? Because it seems like if you lock your car, you put them in like one of the side pockets, zip it up, and it's there, right?
Yeah, you would think.
You don't throw keys around the room. And so he goes and time goes by. So now we're just really cooking now. We're getting about halfway home, and well, can you call me? I'm like, oh, that's not good. So we call him. Hey, they're not in the bag, and I'm like, they're not in the bag.
So they've arrived.
No, they're on the bus.
So he has noticed that they're not there on the bus.
Right, because they stopped and ate. He went up under, checked the bag. They're not there. He's tore the bag apart. He's tore his backpack apart that he'll carry up on the bus to have personal items in there, which should be
pretty bad
keys.
feeling.
Yeah,
when you can't find them.
like, well, where's your wallet? Well, I've got my wallet. Okay, well that's where your keys should be. But I guess we're not gonna.
Let's table that for later.
I'm gonna talk about this with you once we figure this out. We just got to figure out the keys.
Right.
We can figure out how to avoid it. To Greg's point, but right now, where the heck's your keys, man?
Yeah.
Because I don't know about y'all, we're both going the opposite direction of Ozark.
Probably,
okay?
Which is probably where your keys are.
Yeah. And I don't know if you understand this, son. As he asked me, well, what are we going to do? I'm like, well, we're not going to do anything, but you might have to be getting in the car. Well, you can't get in the car. You might have to borrow a car. I don't know what we're going to do. We got to find your keys. He's like, well, I tore the hotel room up trying to find them. I'm like, well, hold on, stop. Why were you looking in the hotel room? Did you not just look in your bag? I mean, what? He goes, well, thinking back now, we parked the bus, I parked, got out of the car, got onto the bus, and I think I put them in my pocket. So when I went to the hotel room, I got them out of my pocket and threw them on the counter. I said, oh, so you didn't put them in the bag. That's why. I said, I'm trying to figure all this out because, they talk and text like Tarzan. Yeah. It's like, could you explain yourself a little bit here? I'm really struggling. Now we're getting to Montgomery. So now we're further away from Ozark. So he's like, okay, I've officially lost the keys. And something about on the bus, hey, you can't be on the phone, talk, all this kind of stuff. Hey, where did you stay? He told us the hotel. It was in Ozark, Alabama, so we call. Lady answers the phone, so-and-so hotel. It's very nice. I said, hey, look, in room 325, I think it was that, we had a son that stayed with the baseball team, and, I got a call that no parent wants, and that is I can't find my keys. And she started laughing. I said, is there any way you can go up there and look? Of course, she goes up there and looks, and she calls us back, and she says, I've got the keys.
Really?
I said, are you kidding me? She said, no, what happened was, you couldn't believe it. No, all right, so in between the beds where the phone sits, there's always that little hidden compartment underneath it. It's like a little cubby or what, I don't know what you call it. But anyway, she said it looked like to me that he put the phone or the keys there and they got pushed into the back, just through being in the room. Yeah. She said, so I have them. And I'm like, okay, well, can I pay you right now to just FedEx them and overnight them? And that's all I'm thinking. She says, well, we don't have FedEx here. And I don't have a card to go into Dothan and all this. And so I was like, well, how do we fix this? And she said, well, you can mail us an envelope that already has stamps. Yeah. I was like, well, that's not going to work because that's days. Yeah. So now I'm starting to think in my mind, am I going back to Ozark? Yeah. What am I doing here? Because he's going to get out of the bus and not have a car. He can't get in the car. Yeah. So then I realized, wait a minute, there's another JUCO team that's playing.
This is huge.
And their son, who also went to Helena, is on that team. Yeah. And I'm going to call that dad and see if, because they played after us.
He couldn't believe it.
And I'm like, are you, I'm going to see if you're there. He lives in, this never happens to us, okay? He lives in our subdivision, all right? He was in Ozark, Alabama. Yes, I'm still here.
Wow.
We're about to leave. We're getting in the car.
Oh, wow.
before you leave, could you please run by this hotel? The keys are in an envelope waiting on you. Oh, yeah, that's right around the corner. Heck, yeah.
Well,
and I was like, you're kidding me. And
first of all, them finding it.
Hey, I'll put them in the mailbox. You're kidding me. So you're telling me you're going to go to the hotel. Now, this still means that I've got to meet him in Hanceville and Wallace State.
But that's an hour versus 3+.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So next morning.
Really, that's 2 hours instead of 6 plus because you got to go there and back. I'm not factoring that in.
Yeah. So this whole time, Terry's trying to text JC updates. And he's like, oh, my gosh, you can't believe JC, because it's the Stambas, by the way. Thank you, Stambas. Joey, the dad, and Luke, the son. Luke and JC, best friends, grew up together, still stay in touch. They're such good friends that JC has the phone number to both the mom and the dad. Joey is just like, great guy, and he's like, I'll stop, no problem. Amy, the mom, wonderful. So he texts them already, hey, thank you so much. I can't believe this. Next morning I wake up, and they're not in the mailbox. I'm like, oh, no, what's going on?
Your plan.
Now when we leave, I don't know if you know about this, but it's really early when we leave.
Yes, it is.
So I'm like, do I text him now? I mean, they're not here. Because my plan was to, go meet JC after
after the show.
Right after the best of. It was like the Monday. I was doing a best of, nothing. I was like, I'll text him and I'll just ask him. So that means I'm coming back to the house, but that's okay. I'm not going to Ozark, Alabama.
Yeah.
Listen to this. He goes, man, you know what? I came in late because they played late. It was 12:30 in the morning. I just wasn't thinking. I still got your keys. I'm sorry. He goes, but you know what? Where are y'all located? I'm like, we're in Vestavia. He goes, oh, my first. He does roofing in his company. I goes, my first client is right around the corner on Kentucky Avenue, which he's never at, which is right here by the studio. So he just ran him by here the next morning, and then I gave him to JC.
Look at you.
Now you tell me.
I'd like to have that guy's number.
You tell me how in the world we got that lucky.
He's a 2 a.m. friend.
I thought I was going back to Ozark, or JC was something, but he didn't have a car to do that. So what do? And all of that played out.
That's a good friend.
You got
there.
lucky.
And it was Terry's idea to text Joey, and my first thing is he's not there,
of course.
and then that's just what an idiotic idea. I didn't say that, but and then there he was. Yeah, I'm here. I'm about to leave though.
Yeah, good thing you called.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can you believe that? That never works out. I would be normally riding back to Ozark.
Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Welcome in. As we roll on back, we thank you for being with us. Rick and Bubba join us right after the top of the hour. Dan Moultrie is here, and I understand Ashley, his daughter, is the one that made the food today. You know?
Ashley.
I think I saw tamales in there, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I love a good tamale.
Wow, who doesn't love that? 866 We Be Big, as I said, is our number. Today, National Dirty Dishes Day.
National Dirty Dishes Day.
I'm going to tell you, thanks to my 14-year-old daughter, I hadn't cleaned a dish in 2 weeks.
DDD. Dirty Dishes Day.
Triple D.
Triple D.
That's what you got out of that?
Yeah. He did.
I like to do that.
You see how quick you see?
I know you do. I love it, too.
That happened?
I don't want you ever change in that
Triple
regard.
D. Dirty Dish Day.
So what are we supposed to go clean dishes, or are we supposed to dirty them up?
Yeah, you're
what's the
supposed
deal?
to leave them there dirty
know,
and stare. I bet that's it. Take a day off, stare at them.
Just look at them.
Hey, just put them in the
it's okay. My bad. I left one. It's no Dirty Dishes Day. So put it in.
Difference.
So say
it's a big difference.
Say no, Triple D.
NDDD.
So
no Dirty Dishes Day. So that means you don't dirty them up or you don't clean them.
Yeah.
Or you can't let them see it.
Yep. It says no Dirty Dishes Day is a holiday most likely created by an upset parent. National No Dirty Dishes Day has sinks around the world rejoicing at the thought of having a light work day. So I guess it's just hey, don't even worry about it. Just,
don't worry about dishes today.
Don't go to the dirty dishes.
Ding dum diddly dirty.
All right, would y'all rather do laundry or clean dishes?
Laundry's easy. The machine does the work.
And I don't like folding and putting them up, though. I don't like folding, don't like hanging. I hate laundry. I'd rather do dishes. Because dishes are over. You're done in 10 minutes tops.
Right.
Yeah.
Even if you have to wash them all by hand, which we don't, we put them in the dishwasher. It works it, too.
Yeah.
Unloading a dishwasher, to me, is so much easier than putting clothes up, figuring out where everybody's clothes go. And
now, towels, it's no problem.
Yeah.
Fold a towel. I don't know. I just, when you hear people go, I've been washing clothes all day. Well, unless you're down at the creek washing it on a rock. I mean, the machine's washing it.
Greg.
Right?
I'm going
now,
dishes.
back in the old days, when they was washing clothes by Ned, they was working.
They were.
Right.
Been washing clothes all day.
But you can get done with those dishes in 10 minutes, and you're done. You don't have to worry about waiting on anything or waiting.
Well, we're talking about a lot of dirty dishes. Right?
Yeah, like a big old sink.
Let's say it's like you work at a restaurant.
Oh.
So now you got us working at a restaurant, huh?
Yep, that's it.
And this is what makes me mad and makes y'all mad. They have multiple things for one day. You know what I mean? It's like no dirty dishes day.
Yeah, it ruins.
And the other one is I love Reese's Day.
So it ruins it.
So the Reese's cups.
I love a Reese cup.
Do you really?
I don't come in contact with them enough to.
Here's my weird thing. I really like them, but I don't eat them much.
I don't eat them much.
But I do like them.
You won't turn one down, but you don't seek them.
If you say what is one of the best tasting candy bars,
it's my
whatever,
top 5 for sure.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I normally don't choose it.
So do you think of Reese's cup, their little cups, as a candy bar? Or is that it's on the candy bar aisle, right?
It is on the aisle.
I do.
Yeah, but cheese puffs are on the chips aisle, and y'all say those aren't chips.
Well,
Yeah, I think.
By the way, I had some cheese puffs this weekend. Forgot how much I like them.
Yeah. You got to be committed to them. You really do. All right, so you're at the convenience store. You're going to go in, get your favorite beverage, and one candy bar. What is it?
Diet Mountain Dew and Butterfinger.
Right now.
That was quick.
What I'm on right now.
Yeah.
Right now, the chocolate covered payday, king size.
Oh.
It's back.
And I might go Diet Grape-Co.
Really?
If I'm feeling like a little kick.
I've never been that flavored cola. Any flavored cola, I've never liked.
Don't steal my joy, Greg. He asked me a question, and I answered it. Okay? And after I'm done with that, I'm going to go do the dirty dishes.
I've never liked those flavored colas. Never.
Well, can he like them?
No. No one's allowed around me to like flavored cola. That just is not happening.
It's just not happening.
I don't want to see a fan of nothing.
Yeah. I'll tell you something else that I'm on a kick around the house here lately, too, is that Minute Maid lemonade that comes in the 2-liter bottle.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So I've never been a lemonade guy. Never.
Ooh, I love lemonade.
Never been a lemonade guy. Never liked it, whatever.
Lemonade?
And I'm going to tell you something. Right now, I'm all over it.
How can you not like
see
lemonade?
it at the house. I grab it. I'm drinking a lot of it.
Good fresh lemonade.
I tell you what.
Didn't give lemonade enough as a kid,
man.
and did not start drinking it until really I was in my 30s.
If you show me any like popsicle place and they got frozen lemonade this or that, I'm picking that. Do you like pink or regular?
I always go pink in regards to that, frozen treats.
I like either. I ain't scared of them.
But when it's just the beverage, I go just straight up lemonade.
I haven't had like just a candy bar in a long time.
Yeah,
and
I
the other
did.
day, Terry said, "Hey, let's get a Snickers." Apparently,
that's a great
she'll
bar.
tear up a Snickers.
It's a great bar.
But
great
but I
bar.
got we got the big Snickers again, and it's those 2 little pieces. And I thought about you.
I missed the
instead
old
of
one.
just one big candy bar.
They're ripping us somehow.
Oh yeah, they are.
But
I want the big Snickers, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah. Or you got to go to Cracker Barrel and get that one that's so big that you can't eat it. You know, the one that you saw like a pound cake.
Yeah.
We've had people dropping by here.
You start tampering with sizes, though, they don't taste the same.
Yeah.
No, I agree. The king size is perfect, even though they're smaller than they were originally.
Well, it's Reese Cup Day.
But the payday still is one piece in the king size, and it's the chocolate covered payday.
Do I need to bring home Reese Cup for Reese since we have a son named Reese?
Does he like Reese Cup?
You know, he never asked for one.
I wish I had a Diet Grapey Co. for my tamales I'm about to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Terry made the mistake of calling Reese Poo in front of his friends the other day.
All right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. How about you? Thanks for being with us. Much to do, much to do, much to do. We will start this hour as we have since the attack on America. Back on 9/11, we started with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Let's get after it. Okay, so we are ready to start another hour, another day together. The kickoff hour has already happened with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. They've been at it today. If you missed them, if you've been part of the kickoff hour, welcome into a brand new hour as we move forward. Now, I'm going to tell you what, right out the gate, Danny Moultrie is back, and he's toting over $2,000 worth of giveaway today. Now, you heard me say that. Now, how you going to get it is a little something we call Match Moultrie. I called him out in the kitchen a minute ago. He's brought hot tamales. Hot tamale, hot tamale. We've got venison hot tamales today, and they look fantastic. Thank his beautiful wife for putting that together, and Dan bringing those in. He doesn't do those, does he? I mean, Petty does that, right? Did he do these?
And actually, Ashley, his daughter, made these today.
All right. Well, thank you, Ashley. I knew Dan didn't do it.
No.
But anyway, Dan had the audacity to say, hey, guess how much my trivia question's worth? I said, it's not a trivia question, Dan.
Right.
Stop calling it that. A trivia question actually has a right answer.
That's right.
Okay, that no one disputes. What you have in your hand there is a Match Moultrie. That's what that is.
That's it.
You know, it's kind of reflect. Oh, I can't.
Yeah, hang on just a minute. So let's bring him in. The Silver Tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. How about you?
Let's Yep. So you were with me out there with Moultrie trying to act like you had a trivia question.
Well, he calls it a trivia question. We know it's not, because trivia questions are kind of like, the science that we've been talking about. Everybody agrees on it.
Sure.
Like, who was the all-time hit leader in baseball?
Right.
When you do Dan Moultrie trivia, you have to just match what he thinks it is.
Yeah.
And that's the only way we can get around it, because we've had too many of these episodes. So we just call it Match Moultrie. It makes it simple.
Right.
It takes the technicality out of it. You have to say what Dan wants you to say, and then there's no debate.
Right. I mean, he's not going to come in here and say who threw the last pitch in Tiger Stadium.
Right.
We all know that's Todd Jones.
Right.
And,
that's not debatable.
And no one would debate that. No one would say, no, I was there as a different person.
Right.
Now, when Dan throws out his, I mean, you may have afterwards, hey, I researched this. I think that. What about this answer?
How about this?
You have to give Dan the answer he's looking for.
That's right.
And today, it's over $2,000.
Yep.
So,
nice.
How about I'm injured today? I don't
like it.
I don't
Well,
know. I don't know. We're just falling apart.
We're
just so old.
I was yesterday, and I didn't really delve into it, but I tried to get out and play a little tennis last week. And
did you really,
Rick? Good. Now, it's been 2 years since I did that, like straight up, and I looked like a pirate with a peg leg before it was over.
Yeah, I was about to say, what was uglier, what you were doing, or some of the people I saw walking the beach?
It's close.
Yeah, it was.
Close.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was. I don't. You can at least identify. I played tennis or attempted to play tennis, and my body responded this way.
Yeah.
My deal is there was never a moment yesterday I went oh God, my back. It wasn't one of those. It's just as the day went on, my back began to deteriorate. It's like. And then I was sitting there last night getting ready for dinner, and I said, I can't hardly. Now, let me tell you what is, thank you, Lord, for your grace. Because the first thing I thought of, because, anytime we come back from vacation, I don't know about y'all, but the night before we return, I have big eye.
Yes.
Because I can't, I keep thinking I'm oversleep.
I'm almost that way every Sunday night anyway.
Yeah, Sundays.
I don't know what it is.
But I never sleep well, and I don't expect to, But I said what you don't want when you're in our line of work or anybody who has this deal where sleep is a sought after commodity that's not a guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have 2 nights of that in a row.
Right. Oh yeah.
So when my back was bothering me, I said, Lord, I know that I deserve nothing. But boy, I hope when I lay down in this bed, it's not one of these back problems that either hurts worse or bothers you all night.
Yeah. Oh,
and
no.
thankfully, when I lay down, it actually doesn't hurt very bad at all. It's
good.
It's when I'm standing.
Oh.
And standing is the worst. Sitting is second worst. And laying down is not so bad. So, but I mean, when I'm standing, there's moments where I think that, did anybody see who shot me with the bow? I'm talking about. I'm right through. It's in that middle part of the back. It's not really low. It's not really high. It's right there in the. Not quite the small, but right above the small.
Is there one side that's a little bit more than the other?
No, it's all equally trying to kill me.
And Rick, here's the problem. This is because we're cause and effect people.
Yeah.
So you're working out all the time and you're hurting. I'm doing nothing and I'm hurting.
Yeah. There's no.
So there's
rhyme or
we
reason.
can't find somewhere to land.
There's no
this.
rhyme or reason.
Right.
Yeah. Let me tell you this. Since about 1982. I don't recall a painless day.
That's a long way back.
Yeah, I mean, it's just managing it. I mean, this hurts so bad. Like this one's one of those kind where like you can't just forget about it, And then, but I mean, I've always got something that's just a little bit off. I mean, I can't remember the last time I said, you know what, nothing.
You're just perfect.
Yeah.
I'm batting 1,000.
Yeah. So, but this is one of those where most of it I never even talk about. Like you were talking about yesterday.
Right.
But this one I have to talk about. I mean, it's that kind of pain. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"21 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back." Well, there it is, the sound we haven't heard in a while. Leonard Skinner's on the hunt. For those of you that are not watching on YouTube, you can actually hear that. As we make our way back, that means Dan Moultrie's back. Dan Moultrie, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Rick, good morning.
Are you excited, buddy?
I'm fired up. You know, I want everybody to know we didn't give up on the outdoors, but with Ashley writing up the show and doing everything, we had to wait till she came back from maternity leave, so we've been out on that.
Yeah, basically, we Match Moultrie and your segment on the show went on paternity
We went on
leave.
maternity leave. I know you heard Greg's grandbaby.
Oh, yeah.
And Ashley. Same day, same night, same room, side by side.
Yeah, same hospital, side-by-side rooms.
If they had let us up in the hospital, we'd have had such a good time.
If it hadn't been to COVID, me and Dan been out in the hall.
Yeah. You know what? That's another reason to hate COVID right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been fantastic.
Man.
Well, congratulations to the Moultries and, as we said yesterday, to the Burgesses.
Yeah.
And
babies everywhere.
Babies. So let's talk about. We're gonna talk first right out of the gate. We're talking to Heath Stanford's here, and Heath is going to be talking to us about a line of fish feeders that you can find dealers everywhere have them. And when you start thinking about feeding and managing, I mean this is important, but not all feeders are equal.
No.
So we want to bring him on with us today from Texas Hunters, Director of Sales, and that's Heath Stanford. Heath, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, buddy?
Heath.
Yes, sir. I'm doing great. How are y'all doing this morning?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I want to have the right fish feeder. I just don't want to have some piece of junk out there.
Well, that's right. Well, you're talking to the right guy that can lead you in that direction.
So let's talk about that. I mean, Texas Hunter, your fish feeders, as we said, stand out. Why do they stand out?
Yeah, so our fish feeder has been around for over 20 years, and it's from a company that's over 65 years old. And so with ours, it's about being consistent. It's about being reliable so that it goes off every time. To borrow an old catchphrase, it's a set it and forget it feeder. So that's really what you're getting with us. It's a made in America product that we're very proud of. And for us, it's about making sure that every time that feeder is supposed to throw, that it goes off. So that's an important part of any feeding program, is that being consistent.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than showing up and you expecting the feeder to be close to the bottom and it's just jam full and nothing's happening.
Everything gooked up.
And all that gooked up.
It ain't throwing. But I'll tell you something that a lot of people don't think about, and you guys did, the adjustable legs. Mm-hmm. Sometimes some feeders out there, the legs are the legs, and they won't set up on the bank good. So let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you order a Texas Hunter, that you have two choices. You have adjustable legs. That is meant to go on a bank. And as you just mentioned, they are truly adjustable. So they can adjust on all four sides. And what that allows you to be able to put the feeder where that you would like to put it.
That's
instead
right.
of dictating, hey, the feeder has got to go in a certain spot because it doesn't have that adjustment. We also offer it in a dock leg, which is great to put on your dock. And so for that, there's a lot of versatility, and you can swap the legs out if your needs change over the years too. So that's a benefit. You're not just stuck with one feeder, once you buy it. So that's a great extra benefit of the Texas Hunter.
Heath, talk to me about the electronics. I mean, you can have the box and the motor, but if you don't control it the right way, talk to us a little bit about your electronics, because I really think sometimes you can have them too complicated or you can have them too simple. Some of us like to play with it, and other people like Rick like to flip it on and say go.
Yeah, I like you sold me at leave it alone, and it works.
Go, Rick.
Yes, absolutely. Well, that's the heart and soul of this unit, and for us, it's our timer that we designed. There's no fuses or there's no battery in it that you have to replace. And again, it is called an easy timer. It does have 3 buttons on it. You don't need to keep an instruction manual at the fish feeder. If you forget how to do it, if you have a buddy who comes by and he wants to throw out some fish feed. So it's easy to operate. It's got nice big buttons with the display. And again, that does have a 5-year limited warranty. So it's a product that we stand behind.
You know what I love about it, Bubba? We're looking at it now on our YouTube feed, and the people watching can see it. It just looks heavy duty. It doesn't look cheap. You can tell
rugged.
It's rugged.
You
can tell it's
time.
you can tell it's well made. Because sometimes you feel almost like some of the brands want you to have to replace it after a certain time. This thing looks like a tank sitting out there.
This is what most of your fish feeding companies puts on the docks, Rick. And here's the reason: they don't want to have Rick calling them, going, "Hey, my fish feeder didn't go off.
Oh, yeah.
Can you come down and check it?"
Oh yeah.
So they're using this fish feeder that's made by Texas Hunter. I mean, it's a great feeder.
So let me ask you, from an expertise standpoint, Heath, per acre, and I'm assuming that would be the measuring stick. How many feeders do you think a fishing pond needs?
Well, I would like to say one about every 100 yards.
I knew that was coming.
However, anywhere from 3 to 5 acres per feeder is what that we recommend. So,
yeah, that's what I was thinking about, because I'm thinking, looking at you, I'm thinking I might need one more. I mean, I'm sitting here with 2, and I'm thinking I need 3. So just getting
fill in the gap.
Well, I mean, why if it's working in 2 places, it'll certainly work.
It'll work in one more.
Yeah. So now, if you want to get these Texas Hunter fish feeders, they're available just about. All over the place.
Everywhere.
Retailers everywhere.
Absolutely, we have dealers and lake managers all over the country. Just give us a call at Texas Hunter. We've got a great team here that'll answer the phone and answer any questions that you may have. And when you're ready to place that order, they can help you find a fish feeder in your area and get you taken care of.
Yeah, here's that number. It's 1-800-969-3337, and we'll put that in show notes today at rickandbubba.com. If you're not sure where a dealer is, they'll help you and locate that. 1-800-969-3337. Heath Stanford with Texas Hunter with talking about the fish feeders today, and they've got them in all kind of sizes. You can do the 70-pound, the 175, or the 250, and of course also the hanging feeder is available as well. So Heath, thanks a lot, buddy, and I appreciate you teaming up with the Rick and Bubba show, because we want the folks that watch this and listen to this, when they're ready to get outfitted, we want the best.
Absolutely. We certainly appreciate your time, and we look forward to getting your listeners taken care of at Texas Hunter.
All right, brother. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Heath.
See you, Heath.
Sir.
Take care, buddy. Yeah, and I love that adjustable deal you're talking about, because you don't want the bank to dictate where you can put feeders.
When they joined the Pradco family of products, Rick, probably as exciting of acquisition as we've had. They're a quality product, and they are. I think they're the number 1 fish feeder in the world. I mean, as good as it gets.
Bubba, you looking at their diagram, but they show you how it throws and all that.
It shoots them on out there too.
No, it really does, because you want to get it past the grass carp so they don't eat it all up whereabouts.
You can take care of those grass carp.
The old grass carpet is a hit or miss. I mean, it does. You like what it does, but man, they'll hog the feed.
They'll run anything else. You just got to cull them a little bit.
And I tell you what, and if there's a kid down there fishing and he gets one on a Zebco, they're about 12 pounds.
Watch out.
He's liable to become a skier.
It's like deep sea fishing. Now look. All right, we'll be back. We got more to come, and also an over $2,000 match motor.
How about that?
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Hey, do want you to know about this. We got a brand new sponsor, Bubba, that has joined us, and I've already gotten some stuff from MacWeldon.com/Bubba. Brand new sponsor this spring. I mean, take your style and all-around comfort to the next level. Now, look, Bubba and I may not be known for a lot of style, but we are known for comfort. And at Mack Weldon, you get both. So super soft premium fabrics, versatile designs, up for any adventure. I mean, look, they've got hoodies, they've got underwear, they've got polos, they've got active shorts, everything in the new Mack Weldon spring collection adds some cool patterns, bright colors to the wardrobe. If you work out, they're perfect. If you just go to work, they're perfect. You're going out on the date, you can get it like you like it. If you just want to look sharp like Greg likes to, I mean, whatever it takes, they've got it right there at MacWeldon.com/Bubba. So a wide range of customized fabrics. They can, no matter what your day looks like, you can go to Mack Weldon wardrobe. So I'll tell you what, that's what I'm wearing today. We also like that there's a lot that you can get that is totally free. Yeah, they have a loyalty program called Weldon Blue. Level 1 gets you free shipping for life. Once you reach level 2, by spending just $200, you get 20% off every order for the next year. And because you love this show, we're going to go ahead and get you that 20% off the first order when you just simply go to our URL. That's Mac, M-A-C-K, MacWeldon.com/Bubba. They have pretty much everything any man is going to want or need. MacWeldon.com/Bubba. Father's Day coming up. Save 20% right now at MacWeldon.com/Bubba. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So we've got Moultrie with us, and we'll match Moultrie in the next segment, over $2,000. Now, we talk about live bait fishing now, but, of course, you know that when we're dealing with Pradco, all of our tackle boxes are full of all kinds of plastic baits and frogs and jigs and worms and everything you can think of. But right now, we want to talk to Damon Melcho with Extreme Bait Tanks to talk about the joy of live bait fishing.
Rick, this guy is a great friend and the master of keeping bait alive. So this is it.
Well, let me tell you what. Look, Damon, without even knowing, since Dan says he knows you, I know that you, like the rest of us, have learned to speak Dananese. And I'm sure that Dan has told you. I tell you one way I can talk about things. I'd love to have one of those tanks myself. I mean, Moultrie's always looking out for Moultrie. Look, I know.
I learned from Rick Burgess, so just know that, Damon.
So, Damon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Damon Melcho's debut on the Rick and Bubba Show. Damon, how you doing, buddy?
Thanks. I'm very good. Thank you very much.
All right, so let's talk about live bait fishing. I will tell you, this is an area that I don't know that much about. I mean, I remember being a little boy and, Daddy getting a bucket of minnows and we go crappie fishing. Now, I understand that, and that's part of what you do, a little more than, us getting the styrofoam thing and going grabbing some down at the bait shop.
A lot more.
Yeah, it's beautiful to keep this bait alive, and you need the products to do that. You guys are the best. So tell the audience that may be listening for the first time what you guys bring to the table. And I know the tank is the thing we're most excited about.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for the opportunity to be on the show. Good morning, Dan.
Hey.
Here's what's awesome about our tanks. They're not just a cookie-cutter approach to bait tanks. One of the things that I've learned is not all baits are created equal. Yeah. You got to look at the region, the size, the quantity, the type. And I wanted to be able to create a product so that when you own it, you have a say on what goes inside that tank. Because if you're a live bait fisherman and you don't have live bait, it doesn't matter what kind of boat you have, what kind of rods and reels, depth finders, hooks.
Yep.
You're done for the day.
Right.
So I wanted to be able to create a product that gave an amazing amount of confidence to the owner of that product, so that when they have an extreme bait tank in their boat or however they're fishing, and they had bait in that tank for the day, they had confidence that they were going to have a good day on the water. Now, if they don't catch anything, that's their own fault. It's not the bait's fault.
Right. Well, that's what you want to say. It's kind of like, hunting. When your daddy goes over there and he fires at one time, he says, that ain't the gun. So what you're saying is you can't stop human error, but I'll tell you one thing you guys can stop is my bait's dead. So tell us why your tank is the top of the line. Why is it the best?
What we learned is I wanted to create a mission statement from day one. And Extreme's mission statement is to build the highest quality product on the market, built with backed up with amazing customer service. These tanks are designed to do three things. They will circulate, filter, and oxygenate the water. And we are constantly taking a great product and making it even better with these little tweaks. I'm on boats. I've got a saying, I like where the tanks take me. I've been able to travel the country, get on boats when I deliver tanks to customers or to businesses, step on into their shop and say, tell me what you do, how you do it. And I've learned so much. And I come back to the shop and I'll say, guys, what can we do here to make this even better? But those are the three main things to answer your question.
I'll tell you.
Circulate, filter, and oxygenate.
Rick, a testament to how good his tanks are. Probably one of the most popular shows on TV, Wicked Tuna.
Yeah.
You look on the back of Wicked Tuna boats, you see Extreme bait tanks.
Yeah, somebody's money's on the line. We can't have that.
That's right.
Yeah, so if they chose Extreme, that probably tells us all we need to know right there. I mean, it's one thing to go fish for fun.
I got to tell you, Dave Marciano was amazing. He gave me an opportunity to come up there and show them what we do and how we do it, from how they've been doing it for forever and a day. And a lot of those guys still use the pickle barrels. You know, they don't have to go out like we would if we go on crappie fishing or striper fishing, where we have to have several dozen in our boat.
Right.
They need one or two baits at a time. So it's just a testimonial to how not everybody fishes the same way when it comes to live bait. They all have their specific need, and we have a way to meet that need.
Damon, how big are these tanks?
How big you want them?
I mean, so they come in variety of sizes, I guess, depending on your need?
Yes, they do. And when I say that, one of the unique things about our business is we are A to Z. So I've got my own, we've got our router. We can custom cut off of these sheets of 4 foot, like sheets of plywood. So to answer your tank, the question, the smallest bait tank we make is a 12-gallon. And these are what we call true sizes. That actually refers to the bait area. So a 12-gallon is 19 gallons of water. We go on up to 100-gallon. Dan's got a couple 80s, and we built an ice chest that's 332 gallons that we're looking to make into a massive long-term storage bait tank. So right now they're 12 to 20 to 100. We start with our signature series, our 20, and they go in increments of 15, just to keep it simple. 20, 35, 50, 65, 80, and 100. And we cut those down from 26 inches tall to 18. So we had a short series, 12, 23, 32, and on up.
So let me ask you this, because obviously you got stuff for the big water, you got stuff for fresh water. What is one of the, when people fish, let's go fresh water, because there's a lot of people listening that's very familiar to them, and I brought up the thing about minnows and all that. But what's the best way for somebody that says, I've never used live bait, and today I'm gonna get me a tank from Extreme. I want to keep minnows on board, and what's the way to properly fish, say, a minnow for someone who maybe be starting it for the first time? What are mistakes people make that you could correct right out of the gate?
Well, obviously, minnows we've learned aren't necessarily as difficult to keep as shiners or threadfin or gizzard shad. So again, depending on where you're at and what kind of bait you use and the size of bait. I mean, you're going from a minnow that's an inch long to some of these gizzard shad in Texas that are 15, 16 inches long.
Yeah.
Okay? One of our staffers said that their gizzard shad are bigger than their largemouth bass down there.
Yeah.
And that's what they're fishing with. And gizzard shad are a very dirty bait.
Yeah.
So again, it just depends on what you're looking for, what kind of fish you're fishing for, what kind of bait you're trying to keep. And I think the other part of that question that you might have been asking was, how do you determine what kind of a tank is best for me?
That's right. That's exactly it.
So if you're fishing out of a boat, it's all about space in a boat. So I asked, I said, take a measurement. What's your footprint?
Right.
And then we can also determine not only how you want to fish, what you're fishing for, but what tank is going to best suit that boat. I mean, the last thing you want to be doing is putting something in there in 1,000 pounds if you can't even get down the lake.
That's right.
So I help. If they want to call me, we talk through that, and we can help them identify what's going to be the best bait tank for their needs.
All right, Damon, thanks a lot. Damon Melcho, Extreme Bait Tanks. When we got all your information there in show notes, reach out. You heard him. He said, look, let's talk about your boat. Let's make sure we put the right tank for your boat. And they've got them all, and they've got everything you need. So Extreme Bait Tanks, and we've got the Extreme Bait Tanks right there in show notes. You can go right to their website, and they'll help you any way they can. Damon, thank you. Enjoy getting to meet you for the first time, buddy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Damon.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, and here we go. It's time for Match Moultrie, and today we are going over $2,000 of prize. Here's what you're going to get today, and, buddy, it's a lot. You're going to get a Moultrie mobile camera. This is the A900i. We're going to get a Moultrie directional feeder. You're going to pick up some swag from Texas Hunter. And we just talked to Damon Melcho. Extreme bait tanks, a 20-gallon bait tank with free shipping.
That's big. That's big.
Good night.
Hey, over $2,200 worth today, Rick. That's as good as it gets.
So we're eclipsing $2,000.
Yes.
Now, in order to do that,
you got to have it.
Ain't nothing of value easy.
No.
And you got to match Moultrie.
It's not.
All right, Moultrie, tell them what we need to do. And the minute you have a wrong answer, you're out.
Yep. We have been talking about live bait.
Yep.
So take salt water out, just fresh water.
Fresh water only.
Any good old boy can get this. This is easy. I mean, this is pure trivia. I've listed 13 popular live baits to fish with.
Okay.
Give us 10 of them.
So we need 10.
That's on the list.
All right, 10 on your list.
Now, hey, now I'm going to help them. If you say minnow, don't say I got a toughie, I got a shad, I got
just
minnows
minnow.
are minnows.
Yeah. We're looking for. So we're giving
Minnows
you a free.
is
You can't
one.
say minnow and then say shad.
Right.
Attaboy,
So I just gave you one.
So there's one.
But there's an example. These are different live baits. You'll see in the
So let me
list.
be clear. Minnow is a freebie.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but once you say minnow, that includes all kinds.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So just know that.
Yeah. So you got that one on the house.
You got that one on the house.
So you really just come up with 9.
That's
out
right.
of
That's
the-
it.
out of
Rick,
12.
I know what upset
Rick,
you.
I guarantee you, you look down here. Your daddy taught you every bone.
Well, yeah, especially my granddaddy, because your granddaddy would fish with him.
Dan, I'll be honest. After about 6, I'm getting a little gray.
No, I did pull from a sundry sources to get this.
Yeah. So remember.
And I don't know if I could load 13 on a boat.
No, that'd be tough.
So you got to get minnow plus 9.
Minnow plus 9. We gave one away and we reduced it by 2 already this morning.
know.
Y'all are killing me.
Sid and Andalusia. Sid, let the list begin. We're talking about freshwater live bait. Go.
Crawfish,
Bingo.
wigglers.
No. Well, yeah, that's that. Wigglers counts as earthworm.
Now, what number is it?
That's 2.
1 and 6 are gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're going to give you minnow, so you got 3 of them.
1, 5, and 6 are gone.
All right. So continue.
Crickets,
Okay.
4.
grubs.
What kind of grub?
Oh boy.
I just caught a grub.
You want to give me number 3? Well, on grub.
You can. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
Matching Moultrie here.
Mealy worms are gone then.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Grubs, frogs.
8.
All right. Continue on, buddy.
Speedy, did you give this?
You're at 6 total.
I hope you're not from Helena.
Okay. Crap, I don't know. I'm stumped.
You made it to 6.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
That's dandy. We got to go back to 12.
So, anything else, brother? You're running out of time.
Yeah. I don't know. Rats. I've seen them.
No.
We can't go around.
This is not politics.
Right.
So if you're listening right now, you've already got 6.
The 6.
Yeah.
If you're
right.
listening,
Yeah.
and you got to find 4 more.
Got to make notes.
All right, let's go to Steve.
Oh boy.
Steve in Deatsville. Steve, what do you think? Steve?
Hi, Steve. Welcome.
Steve?
Minnows.
You know what I feel like during this segment, Rick? You know those people that climb Mount Everest and they've got those giant boots on with spikes, and you see them crossing an aluminum ladder over a giant
No,
ditch?
you're right.
Yeah.
That's the
what I
one.
always feel like.
Yeah, and I'm going to add to that, we've stepped over 2 dead bodies.
Yeah, right. They're frozen over there.
Let's go
green boots.
Let's go to Union
red jacket.
City, Tennessee. Matt, are you ready?
All right, I'm gonna try.
All right, Matt, go.
All right. I got minnow, frog. Let me see the list. Crawdad, worms, grubs, crickets, grasshoppers,
No.
How many that?
Grasshopper's not there. Yeah. I didn't even.
Grasshopper just like a cricket.
Yeah. I mean,
Hey,
Wow.
on the
This
list.
is Match Moultrie, y'all.
it's match multi.
Don't email me about it.
Pure trivia.
I've never fished with a
Speedy helped me with the list, everybody.
Yeah, at a trout farm one time.
Did you? I've never fished with a.
Grasshopper.
Well, they give me a little corn. It wasn't working good. And the grasshopper throw it out there.
All right, let's go to Sylacauga. Hunter is standing
Or
by.
cricket.
Hunter, you ready?
Same thing.
Yes, sir.
All right, buddy, go.
All right, you got minnow, cricket, frog, worm, willow fly.
No.
No. Match Moultrie. Willow fly, not on there.
So you're saying that these could be bait, they're just not on your list.
That's what we're saying.
Read the first name 12 popular bait. These are the most popular.
Gotcha.
These
Willow fly
These are
out.
Dan's.
Willow fly
Hey,
out.
when
That's what
Speedy,
Dan uses.
Hey, when Speedy helped me with this list, that's what he said.
No, Speedy did his research.
Bubba, what's the name of the contest?
Match Moultrie.
That's
Right.
it. Hey,
Hey.
and it's never been more evident
over
than today.
$2,000. You gotta work.
We ought to call it Good Luck Match Moultrie.
Now, look, it could be live bait, but if it's not on this list,
Matt in Mississippi. Matt, go ahead.
Oh, no.
Matt? You killed Matt.
Matt,
Matt gave up.
he had
Chris in
he
Birmingham.
had willow
You
fly.
know,
Chris.
we had Willow Fly number one.
He had willow fly and grasshopper.
You know what man said? Rats.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All right, Chris in Birmingham. Chris, go.
All right. All right. We got grub, frog, minnow, crawfish, worm, cricket, shad.
Hang on.
That would be a minnow, but he can continue with that. Let him go.
Okay, you can continue with that, but no, we included that in minnows.
Shad's a minnow.
Yeah,
I got 7.
I thought he already said minnow.
he did, but we're not going to cancel him on that since it's still in the category.
I'm at 7, right?
Yeah. All right, go ahead. 3 more.
Bluegill.
No. You got to be careful. Bluegill's illegal in some states. Fishing.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
If it's a game fish, yes.
Something about his glasses down at the end of his nose doing that.
Would Alabama be?
Hey, that's complete foul. If you don't count bluegill, that's ridiculous.
Oh, Helms. So Helmsy, are you fishing with bluegills in Alabama?
But wait a minute.
I am not. But
Okay.
you
Like that, don't you?
that is B.
No.
So, Rick, Dan gave him minnow and shad, but would not have willow fly.
Willow Fly is out.
Hey,
Apparently gave us a speech about the minnow.
Everybody knows about the willow fly hatch.
Yeah, right.
But we're looking for 12 popular baits.
Popular,
only taking 10, and we gave you one.
My
What more
stomach's
do they
hurting.
want?
Yeah. All right. So we have no winner yet.
This is for $2,000, guys.
There's $2,000 worth of prize.
Basically, this is really not the most popular. It's what you use.
It's Match Moultrie.
What would Dan fish with
You're
live
the
bait?
one that
It's
helped me.
Match Moultrie. That's all you got to know.
We need 10 to the 13 that Dan wrote down before the show.
That's it. That's it. That's what we're looking for.
That's really what we're looking for.
And don't email
So you
us
can't
about it.
Google it. You can't ask somebody.
Did
you
you
can't
know-
rely on Michael Helms.
Is bluegill in the minnow category?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Well, we're attempting to match Moultrie today.
Oh, boy.
Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Hamsey.
Why don't y'all just say trivia?
And Adler, all here, Moultrie with us. And once again,
nope.
You know how, Bubba, people say the more things change, the more things stay the same?
Yeah.
As Solomon said, there's nothing new under the sun. And this is...
oh, my goodness, y'all.
So we told you that it's Match Moultrie, and today...
We meant it.
For over $2,000 worth of stuff, a Moultrie camera, a Moultrie directional feeder, some cool stuff from Texas Hunter, and Extreme Bait Tanks is giving you a 20-gallon bait tank with free shipping.
Yeah.
So
too bad nobody's going to get it.
Too bad.
That looks like I'm going home with it.
Now, I know on the surface, when we ask you to give us 10 live baits people use for freshwater, you think that's all you needed to do.
No. Hold on.
Y'all are being very nice. Welcome back, Dan.
So, but what we're really...
that is live bait, but it's not only. That's not what I use.
Greg, you almost see Dan's face go, didn't think of that one.
Yeah. Forgot about the mayfly.
Let me tell you what I loved is, Dan's very quick on his feet. I know, I see illegal on most states.
Bluegill on the mayfly.
That's out.
He's quick on his feet. That is a man about giving.
Helms had to cancel 3 fishing trips.
Hey, let's clear it up and ask Helms what other illegal baits he fishes.
You dynamite?
Grasshoppers or crickets. No.
I like what we said in the break. Greg said, what about dynamite? And I said, that's not a live bait. Bubba said, once you light it, it is.
Very live.
You get your limit
so
quick.
now what are you going to do? Sit here or fish?
Right. Yeah. All right. So, and how many times
answer to an old joke?
And how many times have we all heard the famous dog bringing the dynamite back to the boat?
Yeah,
we've heard that one. I tell you when the funniest.
There was one where he brought it and got under the truck, and that was actually a real story.
Yeah,
we did the story.
Well, we think it is. But I mean,
Bubba's known several people that's
yeah. No, I just knew that story we did.
But Dan, let me tell you one thing.
I'll get you, Greg.
And my dad used to have this up in his office.
Adler, come get him.
I got it framed for him. You remember Gary Larson? Was it called The Far Side?
Yeah.
That cartoon?
Yeah.
He had one, and two guys were fishing, and he looks over. They look over a mountain off in the distance, and they see a mushroom cloud, a nuclear bomb. Okay. And one guy says, "Well, you know what that means, don't you?" He said, "Yep, no size restrictions and screw the limit."
That's good. That's good. That's good. I've never heard that.
Isn't that good? That's good. All right. Well, we can see if we can get a winner here. All right. So we need you to give us 10 live baits out of Dan Moultrie's 13.
And we're going to go ahead now and set an hour and a half limit on this contest.
Right. So let's go to
nobody wins. Speedy.
Oh, are we doing the whole? We gave you one. Are we giving that speech?
No, let's just punch them up.
Walter,
if you just tuned in, I'm sorry.
Well, can you give any that nobody's given to this point?
Walter in Lynchburg, Virginia. All right, Walter, let's go.
How you doing, guys?
We're good, Walter. I hope you're okay.
Okay, I got a nightcrawler worm, grub mealworm, cricket, the minnow and the shiner that you talked about, the frog, hellbender, salamander.
Yeah.
Oh.
Crawfish, leech, hellgramite,
He's
and
got
a
it.
bluegill bream.
All right, we're not going to. You didn't need blue girl. I think he got the 10 before then.
He got Hellgramite.
Yeah, let's give it to him.
I lost count.
But you, man,
he should get it just for Hellgramite.
Do you see Helmsy has already drug in half the nation in illegal
right.
things?
There you go. Hey, by the way, Walter, you got it, buddy. You did it.
Congratulations.
When you
Shocking as it is, congratulations.
Greg, at one point, I thought he was even going to get the maggot and the nymph in there.
He was one maggot, one nymph away from
wasp lava.
He's been fishing with you, hadn't he, Dan?
And the reason why he was able to
and
win.
he used to touch a low talk to get it done.
That helps.
You know what? It sounds like he was able to save his job and win over $2,000. But when he got over there and picked up salamander and what's that other one, Greg?
Hellgramite, yeah.
He got Hellgramite and salamander, and that was the game changer.
He didn't just say salamander. He threw whatever particular one.
Hellbender salamander.
Hellbender.
That's a good job, man.
And the three that we didn't think anybody would ever get is wasp lava, nymphs, and maggots.
Right. Yeah, those never showed up. But hey, Walter,
I bet
congratulations.
It's hard to get a hook in a maggot, isn't it?
Yeah.
How about having to go retrieve them out of the trash?
Yeah, that's good.
So off roadkill.
Yeah, it just makes you want to go to a drive-through.
Hey, pull over, guys. We're almost to the pond. Go over in that roadkill.
Check it.
Something's moving over there. Pull over and get your shovel out.
How much to do that?
How many fish we gonna get? Once I get them, are we on them? All right, so
go ahead and grab me a maggot road.
All right, let's talk to Walter for just a sec. Walter, Lynchburg, Virginia. I'm not even going to ask if you're a big fisherman because I know you are.
I don't have a boat, but yes, I like to fish.
All right, well, here's the deal. You got yourself a Moultrie camera. You got a directional feeder. You're going to pick up some cool swag from Texas Hunter. And Extreme Bait Tanks are going to send you a 20-gallon bait tank with free shipping. So over $2,200 worth of stuff.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, and thank you for listening. How long have you been listening to the show?
Since I retired 4 years ago.
Since you
Walter,
retired.
we appreciate that. And by the way, have you heard what's going on with David Nasser?
Yeah, we keep trying to find David Nasser. Is he still in Lynchburg? Yeah.
I'm not sure. You talking about Liberty?
Yeah, he's over at Liberty. Yeah,
I don't keep up with it daily, but I did hear about that.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you listening to us there in Lynchburg very much. We'll put you on hold. We'll get all your information and that wonderful just prize after prize after
Great
prize.
job.
Yeah, he loaded now.
Start checking the mail, Walter. All right, let me put you on hold and get your information, okay, buddy?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Walter.
Thanks for listening to us.
Rick, I got a text from Dickie Nadmeyer that he is on you about taking maggots out of the list for fishing. Now,
Well, let me tell you something. The best place to find maggots is down there at Auburn. Rotate.
Program dead.
So, it rotate.
Didn't work out the way it did.
Flipped it on me. Well, look, anything you bring up to the Nadmires, the rivalry's going
Well, hey, and don't worry, there's Gary Vines about it.
Hey, let me tell you something. I don't know who told you bluegill is illegal, but it's not in Chilton County.
He'd say if it's not over a certain size.
Yeah, if you keep them kind of small. But
Lake Mitchell.
Yeah. Now, as long as you're throwing a lure that looks like a bluegill in these states, you're okay.
Those are A-okay.
Yeah.
Artificial.
Right. Well, Dan, thank you for another interesting adventure.
Intriguing.
Hey, here we're getting back cranked up again. We're coming back. The outdoor set. We're back again.
You're back.
We couldn't come in with a halfway.
No, I'm telling you, you did.
You got a
big
big
raised
rise.
bar.
You did.
Look, if Dan hadn't came in, the word Helgamite would have never been used on the show at all. Ever.
That was when I knew we were in trouble. Bubba was over trying to look at the list, and I heard him go, what? Hell, Grammy.
I said, past 6. I can't even pronounce some
You know,
of these
for
things.
people that doesn't know, if you look, well, I saw y'all had it on the screen, but it's a 1,000-legger with little pinchers on the front. It's about what it looks like.
He's an evil-looking little fella.
Yeah. It's something you want to grab.
No, you don't.
Look, we'd go out there, and we'd go before we go fish with Pawpaw. He'd just go back in the backyard and start pulling them dead leaves back, and start picking up stuff, throwing everything.
Crawlers.
Yeah, grab anything we could.
You hardly ever see people pull a wasp nest down and fish for bluegill with the wasp larva like they
No,
used
I
to.
try not to pull a wasp nest
Yeah.
down.
I tell you one.
How about fiddling for worms?
Let me tell you one.
Yeah.
Greg,
fiddling.
Yeah.
Greg, Michael Hams might fish with a bluegill, but he ain't gonna fish with a wasp larva.
No, that ain't gonna happen. Reckon I'm not going to fish with maggots. You can go ahead and write that down.
And you need to clear that up because there's a lot of people that do that. But it's the krill limits. It has nothing. They can actually fish with a bluegill.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to stay away from that.
Sorry, people.
Helmsy, they're not going to come to your boat. Don't worry about it.
And I noticed goldfish was not on the list. I'm a little shocked by that.
Goldfish is out there. People fish for goldfish.
What about no balls?
What?
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. We're back. Congratulations to Walter. Listening to us out of Lynchburg, Virginia, on 580 AM and 97.9 FM and WLVA. And the home of winners today, baby. He picks up over $2,200 worth of freebies because he simply matched Moultrie. What a nightmare.
And Rick, I got an email to try to clarify the David Nasser question, who's a good friend of ours, and apparently we're not staying in touch.
No, we're not staying in touch too well.
I'll be honest with you, I have not serviced my friends like I need to lately.
Right.
Stayed in touch with them.
Right.
It's, I'm trying to catch up a little bit, but someone had emailed us because I thought I read something where David Nasser was basically telling everybody goodbye at Liberty, but then I saw him still there. And I'm like, did I misread that or something? I saw anyway.
Of course, we could have simply called him.
I know.
Right,
Somebody said he went to work for Chris Tomlin's foundation in Nashville this month. So that would explain that. If that's true, that's from emailer. Thank you, David.
Well, I know that everybody there went through a lot on this whole Jerry Falwell Jr. deal, and it just sometimes everybody just do a reset, and I don't know if that has anything to do with it or not, but I know it was a very difficult time for everybody there. And it was it was one of those things that Liberty, there was I read a long article about it here recently, someone who was there during all of it, and they were talking about, even the two sons of Jerry Falwell, one is a pastor and one was a businessman, and they were all wondering which one was going to take over for Dad, and they went businessman, and he grew the place. Oh, there's no doubt about that. And did a lot of great things as far as the growth of that university, but he was not a pastor. And they said the minute that he got up and said something at a convocation versus his daddy, you knew pretty quick, okay, this is a different game now. That we'll still have the convocations and we'll have speakers come in, but as far as getting a message from the president, those days are over. Basically all you got were announcements from him on what was going on with the university.
Well,
and because he
wasn't his calling.
Right, he didn't. But of course, still want to.
A couple of bait questions here on comments.
Please tell me.
You wouldn't believe the bluegill email I've got.
I'd like to hear from some of these people. This is interesting.
Taylor out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Taylor, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, Biggins? How y'all doing?
We're good.
Okay. I want to start this by saying, listen, I love Moultrie. I like his products. I use his feeder, whatever. But I want to clarify a little bit of misinformation. In the state of Alabama, and this is coming right from Outdoor Alabama, in the state of Alabama, it is lawful to use bream as bait so long as it is harvested in a legal manner and you don't have more than the daily creel limit in your possession.
Correct.
Well, in all fairness, that Dan didn't – on the air he was cutting up, but in the break he said exactly what y'all just said.
Yeah.
He said it was about the creel limit and everything.
And that's why I told him he needed to clear that up, and he said, I'm just staying out of it.
Right.
At the end.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that's when Dan –
does it go against your yearly total too, Hams? Is that
I think so, according to that. But it's like 50.
Yeah.
I don't
50 a day.
Yeah, I don't remember my cousins being overly concerned about it.
Yeah, it probably wasn't.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that 50 a day or 50 a season? I don't know how that reads at Outdoor Alabama, but
50 a day.
Well,
you can have 50 per person per day in your possession with no size limit.
Then I'll text my son right now and tell him he's okay.
Yeah, right.
Braden, you're good, buddy. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So that's what it was. Is Dan realized he'd forgot bluegill.
He did,
and he had to get out of it.
And he panicked, and he just started screaming illegal. That's what happened.
Exactly.
Yeah. Dan was in here writing down his 13, and he left out a few.
Yes.
But the contest clearly is match Moultrie.
Can't believe he left off bluegill.
That's the reason why we keep telling Dan, you can't call this a trivia question.
No.
A
Match
trivia
Moultrie,
question
y'all.
actually has an answer.
Yeah.
Has one answer that everybody agrees on. Match Moultrie, we're trying to give you the answers you're looking for. And finally, we got Walter said I got it handled. And he jumped over and got in some, amalgamites and salamanders and we got out of it.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you one thing: that Moultrie plane was crashing. But we know it. I mean, this not guys. Don't take me, but let's not go back to the 410.
Oh, Rick,
why are you even bringing that up?
Sorry,
that is the high water mark on this country.
Yes. Well, that's I think how we came up with Match Moultrie.
Yeah.
It was,
well,
it was just
there's
pure,
no worse
it was a mess.
feeling. There's no worse feeling to
That
be
and the astronaut question.
Right. Yeah, that one. That was another.
Yeah.
There's no worse feeling to look over at Dan and see that look on his face. Because let's be honest, we all can be pretty cool cucumbers and under duress. But sometimes your face can't help but have a reaction. You know,
hell yeah.
And Dan has a face that comes on when he's forgot one. And it's his face. And then immediately he'll just scream illegal.
Right.
I'll stay away from that.
I'll stay away from that. No, something about krill.
He quickly turned it back on me. So you're saying, Helms, that you fish with bluegill in the state of Alabama? That's how he answered that.
Of course.
I'm like, I thought my dad was in the room.
Hey, listen, y'all need to just let me do the segment. I mean, I've told y'all for years, and Moultrie don't know what he's talking about.
Okay.
Well, you look. Moultrie is only a long list from Gary. Have y'all ever, in your entire lives, ever been around Gary and him pass along a compliment?
I've never heard Gary go, I tell you what, that right there's got to figure it out. Never.
I'm talking ever.
Rick,
name one time.
Well, I tell you, that right there does some good work.
It doesn't matter who.
I never heard it from Gary.
Who you bring in. If they can be state, government, private. They can be, have years of work. They can have degrees all over the wall. I don't think I've ever heard him compliment anybody.
His soft spot, is grandkids. If you bring up kids or anything like that, he'll get kind of soft and sweet a little bit.
But frankly, they don't have any responsibility.
No,
I mean,
no.
But I guarantee you, they grow up and start doing some kind of work who thinks no good. I'm dealing with this right now.
You're right.
Because I've got an area right now going on a project, and it's a project, and so part of it is his and part of it's not.
Oh no.
Okay. Yesterday, hey, call me. So I was wondering if you was ever going to come back from vacation. My gosh. And I said, well, yeah, then it was just a week.
It was 6 days.
Yeah, right.
My God. Well, some of us can't take days like that. I mean, me and Gwen go to Panama City. I stay 2 days and leave them because I got to get back to work.
Leave them?
I said, and all Gary, when he says call me, all he wants is to let you know what he's been doing. That's it. There's nothing going on. Okay. Well, I burned that pile up there and I moved and got done this none, and I'm out here now, bush hogging. And, I mean, they just about done with the fence. Now, it ain't the way I would have done it. Immediately. I mean, I'm telling you, but I mean, that's fine. I mean, it's your money. He always does that.
Oh, yeah.
It's your money. You can hire whoever you want to, and I want to say, but I'm going to have to hear about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, they've done all right, but it's not the way I would have done it. I'm just going to say it.
Did your fence get done?
It's almost done. Yeah, which is my ultimate goal.
Right.
And that's what I think.
As all projects.
You're right. I have this odd thing when I have a project, I want it done.
Yeah.
And I want it done right. But the completion of it is always big.
That's the end goal.
Right. And I'm okay with that. If you do a good job and get it done, and then that's an easy check.
Yeah.
What's bad is if you don't do a good job or you never get it done. Both of those are bad.
Yeah.
But people who get it done good and get it done in a timely manner, well, those are the ultimate, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I don't even mind writing a little extra check to them. And a lot of times those people are more expensive, but at the end of it all, it's done well and it's done.
Yep.
And of course, Gary, he didn't think those people exist, but they do. Bottom of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. The old Rick and Bubba Show, been around 27 years and still here, and thank you so much for your support. All right, let's talk about some things going on. New Life Chapel Church tomorrow night, Man Church. They implement the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. We kick it off tomorrow. They'll jump into our first curriculum, which is the Pursuit. That's a Pursuit of Christ-Centered Masculinity. It's a 40-week curriculum where we have a video that's 12 to 15 minutes. I'll be teaching the guys. Then the facilitator in the group has a study guide that he walks through after the video. You pick 40 weeks out of the 52 weeks for your men to go through. We'll kick that off with a service. Our strategy has high challenge, that's the service, and then high equipping with the curriculum and the discipleship program. So they'll start that tomorrow night. We also launched a brand new 40-week curriculum. It just came out called Real Men. This takes 8 men of the Bible, 5 weeks on each. It works exactly the same way, just different topics. So if you finish the Pursuit, that's available to you. Or, like a church I was talking with yesterday, you might just prefer that topic. You want to start with that one. You can start with either one of them. We now have 2 available, and we'll keep adding as the years go by. All right, so, Bubba, we have worked so hard to try to take Father's Day and at least make it equal to Mother's Day. Now, we're not asking to go beyond Mother's Day, but we'd like for it to try to get equal. And one of the things you got to do is saying, well, where are things? What are some great gift ideas? Sometimes you and I will do it again this year. We'll let people call in and say, is this something you guys are men? We're all dads, and so we can speak to this kind of stuff. Well, if you go to rickandbubba.com today, and a lot of you have asked for this, and we've done it, the ultimate Father's Day grilling package. And, Bubba, I want you to just look. This is going to make you cry. You look at that.
I know.
I mean, there's our apron. There's our spatula.
That's a good-looking apron.
Yeah, there's our wow with a fork, and there's our grill-a-tongs. Somebody means business. So you could get for your dad. Now, here's the key on this. Because of inventory and shipping now, trying to get stuff now, I can't wait till we get to the point that people are back working again. Okay,
Right.
So this is where there's a little bit of heartbreak coming, but there's 28 dads that are going to have a great Father's Day if they get this package. We only have 28 of these. Now,
Rick.
Now,
Really?
here's the other thing. Now we have some of these individual items beyond 28.
Right.
But if you want to group them together, because you can only have as many groups as the lowest inventory.
Right.
So of these items, one of them we only have 28, and we won't get a restock till Father's Day is over. So if you want to package them, there's 28. Now, if you want to get them individually, then you got a little more room. But if you want to package this all together, your dad gets one Father's Day grilling package from our store. Limited time. There's 28 of these. They're $100, and you get everything we have. You see it? All right, now here's another option. Look at this chair. So we also have the Big and Camp chair. Bubba, remember we saw this?
What?
They had you and I sit in one.
Well, I tested it out, and that was the ultimate test.
So if you're playing tournament ball, you're going out to watch games, or you just like to sit around the grill, or sit around the fire, or sit out in the backyard. This is one of those. It's got a drink holder on it. Greg always asks for that.
Right.
Now, what we're doing on these is we're gonna fill orders on these.
You can put a creel in there if you want to.
Right, but look right there where Daddy's gonna sit, and it's a big one. Bubba and I both have sat in it. Okay.
Wow, this is my world right here.
Yeah. So Speedy, look at that big old logo right there on the back of it.
Oh yeah.
So it's a Rick and Bubba logoed chair. I don't. Does anybody know what you call this chair? It's called a camp chair.
It's those fold-up chairs that everybody carries to the ball field.
It's nothing but tournament ball to me. That's all that is.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I
But
put
ballpark chair.
This is a really good one. It's black and got a big Rick and Bubba logo right where your back would go.
Yeah. So those are two items.
400-pound tag rate. Wow.
Yeah. Well, I told you, Bubba, and I said it, and it didn't even struggle, did it?
There you go.
So it's a big one, and so you can get the big one chair for your daddy, or you can get the grilling package. Now, if you really want to go crazy, I mean, you could get him both.
Well, you think Dad'd be worth that, wouldn't you?
Good, about $165 if you get all of it.
Good gracious.
Well, but
no, I'm just saying. I mean, that's a lot of
we'd
stuff.
spend that on Mama.
That's a lot of stuff.
You get a
Speedy,
lot of.
I know, Speedy, that came off your spine.
It did come
no,
off your spine.
I'm gonna think how much you're getting, though, Speedy. Think how much.
That's
you're
what
getting.
I was saying.
Yeah. Well, not first. Your first
Speedy's
reaction,
never handed anybody $200 in his life.
No.
Y'all, your first reaction was like Moultrie screaming illegal.
That's right. It was. You almost uncontrollably just said illegal. So anyway,
that chair's nice.
So Ultimate Father's Day Grilling Package. You got the spatula, which is our best-selling item in the store, the new Wildwood fork, the Somebody Means Business grill-a-tongs, and a really cool grilling apron for Daddy. Or you can get them the Big and Camp chair. And you can get anything from the store. I'm just telling you, these are items that are new.
Yeah.
That you can go and get. And look, on the grilling package, there's only 28 of them.
How many chairs we got?
As many as people order.
Okay.
We're going to wait to see how many people order, and then we're going to ship them to you.
That's a nice chair.
Mm-hmm. That's a nice one.
Sure is.
Yeah. There's 28 dads out there that's, I mean.
Can I tell you
I feel bad
one
for Dad.
item
I
that-
feel bad for Dad 29.
I love all these items, and, I like to get them and just put them on the bookshelf to have them. But
me too.
I'll tell you one that snuck up on me that I really like, and I've used more than I thought I would, and that is the Rick and Bubba beach towel.
Yeah. Oh, I love it.
It's
good beach towel.
It's really a good towel.
Hey, you throw that out there, and people ask you where you got it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You get it all the time.
And I will say this, and there it is right there. Let me say, and I know we're throwing, but Adler's doing a good job of finding it. On the new hats, and we got another one that's still coming. We call the El Capitan, that you can wad up and put in your pocket.
That's the one I have taken special interest in.
Yeah. I want you to look at that first hat that's in the lineup here that's new, that right there. That right there is the most comfortable hat I've ever put on. Have you put one of those on? It looks like it's a mesh hat, and I love the logo on the front of it and all that. But I mean, guys, you wouldn't believe how comfortable that hat. I wore it on vacation the entire week, and it's very, very comfortable. That's a really comfortable hat.
Yep.
And it's called the Rick and Bubba Vintage Mesh Cap. That's probably the most comfortable one we've ever done. And then we've got some other new hats too that are there too. That real hip one. Let me tell you when I knew it was
like the
hip.
hip one.
Let me tell you about when I knew that was hip. Guess who asked for one? Charles Billingsley.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah. When Charles Billingsley wanted that hat, the light blue one up there.
Yeah, I like
that. That's when I knew we had something. And the boys like that one too. And I know Speedy, you're
I didn't think I could pull that hat off.
I didn't either.
And I've got it's a Patagonia hat that looks very just like that that I got from Braden. It was one of his hats he got for Christmas. He never wears, so I just grabbed it.
Yeah, I'll take it.
And I'm getting a lot of compliments around the house when I wear it because I don't wear a hat much. If I'm outside or fishing or something like that, I wear a hat. And so I'm thinking I need to get this hat because it'll replace. I don't like the Patagonia. I don't like that logo. I'm not that guy.
Come on.
Now I've told
Wouldn't
you
have bought it
that
for
the new
myself.
T-shirts have hit JC's baseball team.
Oh, yeah,
and
look right
he
here.
posted a picture
Bubba, look at this.
of him and two of his teammates
yeah.
in some of the newest shirts.
My gosh, we ought to put that in the store like they're models.
I know.
Yeah.
Look at them. They got the two Rick and Bubba new
Yeah.
shirts on. Then in the middle of the Rick and Bubba
Colson
University.
and Nick, his two of his teammates, and then JC.
That looks
With
fantastic.
some
they look good in them
Rick
shirts.
and Bubba's swag.
Look at us putting young shirts on young people.
Wow.
It's all about it.
You wonder if you're still hip. You know it?
Yeah.
So, I really hope Braden's not seeing this because we've been having a huge haircut discussion lately. His hair looks just like JC's, and Amanda has been screaming, "You're getting your hair cut. Nobody wears their hair like that." And I told him, I said, if you can bring me 3 pictures of people you know that wear their hair like that, I'll let it slide. And we just gave him one.
Well,
hey, here's another one. You don't want to see Brody then.
Yeah.
Because Brody looks just like them.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I told Brody the other day, I said, have you just given up?
That's it.
That JC's hair looks exactly like
He
Braden's.
needs a haircut. He'll get
JC's keeps his clean.
Yeah.
As far as like kept and combed and all that.
Well, see, Brody, and I don't know, Braden's hair seems a little straighter.
It is.
Brody's hair is just like JC's.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of wiriness to it.
Yeah.
And so they struggle
that is.
to keep that under control.
Huh.
But so sometimes they just go wild with it.
Yeah.
Let's look.
Yeah.
Wear it long while you're young.
Right. And look, I've told JC about 10 different places he can get his hair cut at school. And for some reason, he's stuck on one at home. And so if he hadn't been home in a long time, he'll come back and it'll look a mess.
Well, this goes back, and Bubba's heard me tell this story 1,000 times, and Speedy, you probably heard it 500 times. Helmsy probably 30 times. But this thing of when that weird thing when you're in college, because you're not officially out from under the authority of your parents because they're still providing for you in a lot of cases. Even though I was on a football scholarship, if I needed some spending money or whatever, usually, I was informed that until I was on my own with my own place, I was still completely under their authority.
Sure.
And they were correct, but you got a little more freedom.
Yeah.
Right.
And my dad shows up, me not knowing the story,
yes, this is
and
good.
I didn't know this, and I'd let my hair just get wild. I mean, I was just like, man, it was over my neck roll, which he wouldn't allow if you played for him. You couldn't have hair out the back.
Sure.
of the helmet.
Yeah.
And he was just so deadpan.
because they said, hey, your dad's out here. I'm in there getting a shower after practice. I said, what? He said, yeah, your mom and dad's out here. And I walked in there. I said, hey, guys, yeah, we thought we'd drop by and see you. Well, he had to go to Montgomery for the coaching thing or whatever. I said, yes, sir, good to see you. He goes, tell you what, you want to go eat with us at the Sizzler? I said, yes, sir. He said, all right, well, go get your hair cut, and we'll meet you over there about. I mean,
matter of fact.
And I had to run there and say, where, like JC's doing. I said, where do you get your hair cut around here? And they said, are you going to get your hair cut before you go eat with your parents? I said, yeah, 100%. I tell you, but it was just so deadpan. You know, and some of you parents don't know that, but there was a time when parents told you what to do, and you did it.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, he didn't make a scene out of it. Tell you what, you run and get your hair cut real quick, and we'll meet you over at the Sizzler. So I showed up at the Sizzler with my hair cut.
You said, yes, sir.
It was a barbershop cut, too. Looked good. Well, who else you going to get into at that time? You got to find you a barbershop in a hurry. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up next hour. Got a COVID update we're about to hit here. But first, if you did not sleep well last night, it's not because Helix didn't get the job done. It probably means you don't have one. The helixsleep.com/Bubba. Go there right now, and you can customize a mattress to the way that you sleep, okay? And that's what they want to know. You sleep on your back? You sleep on your side? You sleep on your tummy? You do a combination of those? You want the mattress firm? You want it medium? You want it soft? Whatever that, and it takes.
How big a fella are you?
How big a fella are you?
Yeah.
Greg, you and Lisa are just on fire for the Helix.
Yes.
I mean, it's like you won't shut up about it.
It's a great mattress. Wish I was in it right now.
Yep, right.
I'm kind of sleepy.
You get to sleep a little more on vacation.
But it's really, I do love it, and great night's sleep. Like I say, it's like laying in a cloud because you know why, Rick? Custom made for what makes you happy.
Did you wrestle Baby Ellis on it?
Oh, he climbs up on it every time he comes in.
He loves it, doesn't he?
And he'll lay down and fake sleep on it.
I know.
You see him, he'll go. Yeah. So, even Baby Ellis loves it, but no, it is. They're this extreme. We needed an upgrade, and we are so glad we did.
Yeah, well, and you can get yours too and save $200 by going to helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba. We'll get you a 10-year warranty, $200 off, and a 100-day free trial. So if you don't like it within 100 days, then they take it back. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Get truly amazing sleep. You also find that link under sponsors. There at rickandbubba.com. All right, so we've got a COVID update. Bubba, the President of the United States of America, President Biden, yesterday said that he right now the nation had, for the first time since early last year, the cases of COVID-19 are down in all 50 states.
How about that?
They're down in all 50 states. That's good news, but there's still vaccines out there, and the president wants us to know that if you're out there and you won't get the vaccine, you'll pay the price. Here it is.
Flare-ups could occur, but if the unvaccinated get vaccinated, they will protect themselves and other unvaccinated people around them. If they do not, states with low vaccination rates may see those rates go up, may see this progress reversed. Ultimately, those who are not vaccinated will end up paying the price. The vaccinated will continue to be protected against severe illnesses, but others may not be if you're not vaccinated. But given that the vaccination is convenient and free.
Free?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
well, we all paid for it.
Well, I was about to say.
Yeah, they're not free.
This
free
is,
when you walk up.
This is, once again, an old progressive trying to teach you a new way to define free.
Well, I want to remind you about the president, in his own words. Texas yesterday celebrated 0 COVID-19 daily deaths 2 months after they totally reopened, lifting all mask mandates, which the president on that day called Neanderthal thinking.
Yep.
2 months later, 0 deaths.
That's right, yeah. Remember, everybody was a Neanderthal in Florida and Texas because they said we got to push through this and get herd immunity. Yes, vaccines are part of it. Yes, antibodies are part of it. But we cannot shut down because shutdowns, listen, all of you, the shutdowns were wrong. That was the wrong thing to do, and here's another example of it.
The president called Greg Abbott and the people of Texas Neanderthals for doing this when they did it, which is hard for me to say.
That's a tough one.
It is.
That's a tough one.
It is.
You know what?
He basically called them cavemen.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Why don't you just go
I'll
with
just
that?
plug in cavemen.
I saw you try it twice, and it just
Neanderthal.
Neanderthal.
Neanderthal. Neanderthal.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go.
All right, so 0 deaths. Put that back
2
up
months
there.
later,
Look at this.
2 months later, Greg Abbott correct, President Biden wrong.
Correct.
Wrong. He needs to come out and say, I was wrong.
But right or wrong, Bubba?
He was wrong.
But you know what? He's not
so
saying
he may
that.
be wrong on some other things.
So here it is, 0.
This is proof. This is a 60-day test. He says they're a caveman. Greg Abbott says we're not. Greg Abbott was right. President wrong.
Was the president right or wrong?
He was absolutely wrong.
So 0 COVID deaths.
Like he is on a lot of other things.
The fewest COVID cases in over 13 months. The lowest 7-day COVID positivity rate ever. The lowest COVID hospitalizations in 11 months. But see what the government wants you to believe. This is only accomplished through vaccinations. None of this other stuff has any role in it at all.
Yeah.
And that's just not true. And I'm not against the vaccine. Don't misunderstand me. But I am against propaganda because that makes me feel weird. Because I've seen giant governments who were big on propaganda throughout world history, and I don't like them. Because
they never told the truth,
right.
And they were always up to something else,
right?
So we have a reason to be skeptical, Rick. This is not Trump. This is not Trumpism. This is not rednecks riding around with guns in their truck. This is history. And what are we supposed to do with history, Rick? What do they always tell us?
We're supposed to learn it so we don't repeat it.
I rest my case.
Thank you. In India, Bubba, we're having issues all the way around. Even in some of the, we've got 244 doctors that have lost their lives to COVID-19 this year. 50 died on Sunday, and they said that many of the doctors have not been vaccinated, and they think that has made them more vulnerable to this. And they have 4,329 fatalities in the last 24 hours. 23,533 new cases, and they said the infections have dipped over recent days, but then, of course, they're being concerned about some sort of variant.
Well, they are concerned, and it is a problem. India, in a lot of places of India, they just live, they're just on top of each other. It's not spread out at all.
No.
And you're going to have these kind of things run through that. You may remember early on in this, Rick, India was not having the numbers everybody else was having. And people were going, wait a minute, something's wrong here because with their setup socially, it ought to be ravaging them.
Yeah.
Well, it caught up with them.
Yeah.
It caught up with them.
Target, CVS in their mask requirement, just like Walmart and Starbucks, but we don't know. What do you mean if you're fully vaccinated? They say you don't have to wear a mask. I still don't know how they're going to tell who's fully vaccinated.
It's going to be on the honor system,
right?
And so basically, they're not going to make you wear a mask.
Well,
that's how you get around.
This is what's going on. Is they're not ready because of political stances that we've taken. They're not ready to go no mask.
You're right.
You don't have to wear a mask anymore, blah, blah. So now they're doing this.
Yeah, this is
a political statement. It's all for show.
Because it is all for show because there's no way, as Bubba just said, it's going to be an honor system. And y'all are 100% right. The only reason why they're saying fully vaccinated is political only.
That's it.
Mm-hmm. The hotel industry.
I think there may be some liability issues there where they're going to be able, they're worried about somebody coming in saying, hey, I caught COVID in your store, you owe me $1 million. Right. That kind of thing.
Well, yeah.
So they're going to say you got to be vaccinated to come in here. But they're making it voluntary. That's how they're getting around.
Without a mask. That way.
Many of these people that are talking now about it have been doing this for a month or so anyway.
Hotel industry also easing mask guidances for vaccinated guests. And Andrew Cuomo is set to make $5 million from a book on COVID-19 and the crisis.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour as we move forward. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all in the mix on the Rick and Bubba show today as we grind down another one and looking at what's going on in the world. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba where, hey, you never know, and today's been one of those days.
Mentioned this going to the break, but wanted to unpack it because we've asked this a number of times, and now we have the real numbers. You know, when New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, before all the creepy stuff came out on him, and the fact that, you know, he declared the pandemic over about a year before it looks like it's winding down. He was a little quick on that one, and then wanted to tell us how he became. Remember, he was the toast of the town. I mean, progressives. Greg, you even made a comment that some of the progressives that lived their lives in an alternative lifestyle, they were even thinking that they would, if they were back on the hetero side, they'd marry him.
Sure.
And you had the women talking about how he was fine, and
Rick,
we just
president. We want him
back,
for president.
Back during the election, there was a big push to put him on the ticket and to ditch Joe. Yep. Remember, I mean, they wanted him to get in the race.
Oh yeah.
Back when there was 10 or 12 people in it, they thought he would mop the floor with all of them.
So remember the book? There was a publisher that wanted him to write a book about what it is to be a leader, to lead the biggest city in the country, the biggest market in the country, to lead them victoriously through the COVID-19 pandemic.
Now, remember, he won an Emmy for his daily broadcast.
Yeah, just talking.
Where he was updating everybody, and he comforted everybody, made them feel better.
He did. Well, then all the bad stuff came out, and the pandemic wasn't over, and then we got senior citizens dying in nursing homes, and I'm a little creepy out there where my back rubs, and
yeah,
I think
I'm a little handsy, Rick. I'm a little handsy.
He's finally admitted. He said, "I didn't do anything wrong, but I did make people feel uncomfortable."
Okay,
he's there. So anyway, he's kind of tanked, and we keep asking, how much was he paid for this book? Well, we now know, and I mentioned some of the numbers going to the break.
he disclosed yesterday that he was paid $3.1 million. That's the advance.
3.2.
Wow. $3.1 million advance, and then he under his publishing contract, he was to make another $2 million on his memoir over the next 2 years. So the total windfall, and this story I've got here, USA Today says $5.1 million total. The 2 plus the 3.1. If you've got 3.2, it'd be 5.2.
Right.
It's probably somewhere in between those, since two different stories give us two different numbers. But basically, we know he got $3 million up front and some change, and was supposed to get another $2 million for a memoir.
So this is how it breaks. Did you have the after tax numbers here?
No.
Okay, after tax, he took about $1.5 million, a third of which he donated to the COVID relief fund. He gave the other $1 million to his daughters. One is 23, one is 26, and I thought there was a third daughter in there.
I don't know.
Anyway, he said they worked tirelessly throughout the pandemic for all New Yorkers, so he gave them a split of that, and so that's kind of where it all ended up. Now, keep in mind, he still got $2 million to come. Okay, that's still out there.
Yeah, and they're talking about whether that's going to happen or not, and some people think that it probably is.
Okay, and here, when you get further in the article, it says $5 million advance. He donated $500,000 of the proceeds for charity, leaving the rest for his 3 daughters, who said worked tirelessly, split them up. So that is where the money has gone.
Okay.
$2 million will come over the next 2 years.
All right, so here's what I'm trying to find out.
So each one of his daughters got $300,000. That's how you break it down.
Okay. All right. Every time I Google, because I want to know how many copies this book actually sold, because I know all the things about. Because let me tell you something. It doesn't matter what he did with it when I'm the publisher, because I gave it.
Right.
And I want to know. And the 3 million, 3.1, you got a source says 3.2. The 3 point whatever that I gave in advance. Okay, that money's gone.
Right. Yeah. It's out there.
Okay. What have I gotten on that? And every time I try to Google
towards my investment,
how many copies have been sold, all I do is get the same story we're doing right now. So it's like that number's got to be out there.
Well,
right?
here is a little more in this. The book is available on Amazon for $6.82. But when dividing what he was paid by how many have actually sold, the publisher has basically paid $100 per copy, according to this story.
Okay, that's the kind of stuff I'm looking for. That's the kind of stuff I want to know. Because
we ought to be able to divide that.
Yeah, because I'm over on that business side, and when I give somebody $3 million, I think I'm gonna make a big return.
Money, yeah.
Remember what I taught you, Greg? In the entertainment business, what they try to do, they will try to pay you less what you're worth, but they'll never want to pay you more.
No,
they'll pay you less, but they usually don't pay you more. Well, they thought this was not more. They thought
at the time, and it probably looked like a good investment.
Yeah, but boy, I bet they're taking a bath on it.
Now, Rick, here
are
the numbers from his first book, which this article also calls a flop. He was paid $783,000 by HarperCollins in advance, but only 3,200 copies of it sold.
That's an ugly deal. Tell me HarperCollins didn't go back and make another ugly deal. I hope it was
the company this time was called Crown.
Okay. I was about to say, I bet you couldn't get HarperCollins to write one again.
Crown released Cuomo's book, but stopped promoting it when Cuomo was accused of sexual misconduct by multiple staffers and women, which, by the way, I guess he survived all that. He had, how many do you have come out?
A bunch.
12 or 13?
He is still denying sexual harassment, but said he does acknowledge that he made people feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, and the AG is still investigating. Case is still open.
Right. So I don't know, but the thing about, you got to remember, Bubba, if you're an old progressive, the Democratic Party is extremely forgiving.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now, they let me tell you the masterful job the progressive in their propaganda and marketing, they have been able to pull off that Ted Kennedy and Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton are heroes for women.
Yeah.
Can I tell you something? When you can pull that off, can I put you to work for marketing us?
You're right.
I mean, when you pull that off, that's because that was an uphill climb, and you did it.
It's pretty good.
I mean, that's impressive.
So you're now the fixer.
Yeah, so they'll take Cuomo and they'll dust him up. He'll cry or something and say that he realized the way he was and he shouldn't have made people feel uncomfortable. And they'll get all that taken care of, and he'll come roaring back. I mean, ain't nobody in New York gonna vote against him. I bet.
No.
Right?
Well, they haven't done anything yet. Nobody's marching in the street.
Mm-mm. Now, of course, if it was Rudy, you know,
oh boy,
yeah. But
I want to know why his personal lawyer's office hadn't been raided yet.
Well, I mean,
they raid everybody else's, don't they?
Well, they tend to. So that's it. So that we now know the actual numbers on the book deal for Cuomo, and if you're the publisher, it looks like it's an ugly deal.
Do you think you'll ever get that other $2 million, or they gonna sit on that?
Well, if I'm them, to get it from me is going to be tough.
I'm gonna be a little tight-fisted,
it's
trying
gonna
to
be
get
a
that
bad
away
one.
from me.
Let's go phone trolling next. Anything you want to talk about? 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Phone troll music, 20 minutes past the hour, and if you want to join us, you can at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available. Harry Murdahl's ready to go and get you lined up. You bring up a topic, ask a question, bring information to the table, not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. But ask yourself this question. If you were listening to the program, you heard yourself, would you be informed, would you be entertained, or would you be annoyed? Word I'm getting from the Rick and Bubba store is all of the Father's Day Rick and Bubba grilling packages have all been sold. We did well, and you can still get the individual items. It's just that package where we had it all together: the apron, the spatula, the grill of tongs, and the Wildwood of Fort. To get them all in one package, there was only 28 setups of that, so they went pretty quick. Still can get the big and chair for Daddy, or you can get those items individually. I think only one of them we can't get to you by Father's Day, but the others that we can. All right, so as everybody's lining up, Bubba, more stories that we need to cover, and this one involves the Amazon bunch, right?
Yeah, Amazon looking to even get a little bit larger, Rick. They're in talks to buy MGM Studios, the movie studio behind the James Bond series. Bezos' company has reportedly made a bid in the region of $9 billion, according to sources familiar with the matter. Talks are said to be in the advanced stages. The movie studio also not only owns the James Bond franchise, it owns the Epic cable channel. It also makes TV shows that are popular right now, including The Handmaid's Tale, Fargo, Vikings, and Shark Tank.
Really?
So I guess with Amazon, with their streaming service, they're now wanting to have in-house ability to make their own shows. They want a complete vertical monopoly.
Well, it looks like they're just buying up everything.
Yeah, Bezos has been pretty good at that. And I'm a little shocked they're going to let them do that. I mean, you know, there was once upon a time the feds would prevent you from having a vertical monopoly. So I don't know. There'll probably be some Fed investigation into it, but we'll see.
So, you know,
especially since they're not paying a dime in taxes. That's the one you don't get.
How about this? I like Shark Tank.
Yeah, I do
too.
Sometimes
I get uneasy. Sometimes I do get close to secondhand embarrassment.
Well, the ones that bother me
for that reason, that's why I'm passing.
The one that bothers me is when somebody's got a deal and they won't shut up.
I know.
I mean,
and also, like Bubba's the second-hand embarrassment, they come in a little too hot.
Yeah.
They got them something to try and be sharp.
Oh, when they present their product the first time.
Yeah, they overdo it,
and they won't. You know, they've got sales, let's say, of $1 million, but they're wanting to sell 10% of their company for $10 million or something.
I know it doesn't quite work.
That ain't gonna work that way.
I also didn't know Vikings was still on.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I watched it early on.
I got in it a little,
but they're not playing football in Minneapolis anymore.
No. But it started getting kind of. It's like they were getting. What is it with people when if something goes on too long, they're like the fallback is always it has to get dark and twisted. I mean, look, the Vikings are it's pretty brutal, just straight up.
Yeah.
But then they start getting into some really dark and weird stuff. So
I will say this: I don't recall seeing it, but there's a great picture in the story of the MGM headquarters out in California. It's a really pretty building.
A really pretty building.
Well,
I bet it is.
It's,
Rick, not only you get
and it can be yours for
really
$9
billion.
Not only that, you can get it for $9 billion.
Bezos said, "Let me ask you, as far as close this deal, you got a real pretty building?
How's the building look? Pretty or crappy?
It's just you know how some buildings get you guys.
It's
not that fancy. It's not that fancy. It's just pretty."
All right, to the phones we go. Richard standing by out of Birmingham, Alabama. Hey, Richard, welcome to the show. 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Rick and Helms, I think I emailed y'all a photo of Biden and Jen Psaki last night from several years back.
Maybe.
Go search your email. Just search Circle Back Girl, and you'll find it. And it's a pretty interesting photo.
And it's Biden and who?
Jen Psaki, his press secretary, I think.
Oh, I got that. I kind of know what you're talking about now.
Okay,
yeah.
what is he talking about?
You think it's real?
I don't know. It's a good question.
So
it's Jen Psaki. Yeah, Jen Psaki back in the day with Biden, and he's giving her one of these uncomfortable frontal hugs where he's got both hands.
Amazing.
In the cupping.
Yeah.
What
position?
What'd you say, Greg?
Like a cup.
See, Rick, you thought I wasn't handling
what I saw. But whether it's real or not, I don't know.
But did you see how you just did your hands on TV?
I'm sorry. I keep forgetting about that TV thing.
Yeah.
Well, that could be anything. I mean.
Don't know there.
I don't think that is. I think it's photoshopped, or otherwise we would have seen this long before now.
Well,
I do.
but no, yeah, I got you. But
again, nowadays you can't believe anything.
You can't.
You can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really can't.
No, you can't.
With this, that deep fake technology, I mean, even video is easily manipulated. Now, I mean, I got that app. You could put somebody's face on the, famous movie scenes or video. I mean, I can't believe how good it is, and it's a free app.
Right. Yeah. So
crazy.
Yeah. That these things now, nothing. We have to kind of drop kick the phrase "seeing is believing."
I know. Usually, but hey, there's a picture. Well, that don't necessarily mean nothing now.
Y'all, I guess somebody keeps sending me this over and over, but I keep seeing one where like that. This is what you talked about, Bubba, and they'll take like a baby sitting in a high chair, and they'll put like Dwight Schrute's face on it from The Office, and it looks just like him sitting there in the high chair as a baby, with a man's face. I don't know why anybody wants to do that. I don't know why anybody wants to do that, but it's and just think about it. If somebody wants to put together something on you and put a picture out there, I mean,
look, all you got to do is get that ball rolling, and people will take it and just run with it.
Yeah. So who knows? I'm with you. Normally, you look at something like that and you think to yourself, maybe. YouTubers, this is a new thing now, but we're living in the world of influencers, and y'all were telling me this story in the break. So this, I guess, you can be called a YouTuber. That means I've got a lot of folks who like my YouTube channel. Are we YouTubers?
Yeah, in kind of a way. But I don't think we go about it the same way.
I wouldn't consider ourselves
because we don't make a living at it. It's just kind of thrown in the mix with all the other stuff we do. Yeah. So I'm not familiar with Scott DeShields Jr. He runs the Kentucky Ballistics YouTube page, and he was going to shoot a fire hydrant at the end of his range, and he was using, and Bubba, you were asking about this. I don't know what this means. A lot of folks in the audience will. A slap round. He was using slap rounds.
Yeah, it's an extra high-powered round, apparently, that's not made anymore, or you're not supposed to be made anymore.
Right, and they think the ammo was tampered with, they're saying, and said he hit the hydrant several times and was aiming for the center of the hydrant, and all of a sudden the gun exploded.
Watch it.
And a steel cap hit him in the face. One of them, one of his ears were punctured, and his throat was.
Rick, look at the explosion here in the video.
Model.
Oh my goodness!
Is it in that gun?
I made that up.
Greg, did you just throw that out?
I was quoting from Unforgiven.
Well,
Two Guns Corking.
Oh yeah, Greg, don't get sick. You picked some of the wrongest, wrong monologues.
Rick, a common failure in that particular weapon.
Oh, yeah.
You don't think about a gun being able to do that, but that explosion that goes off, if it's not contained in the barrel and goes out where it's supposed to, it's
him in the hospital bed.
That's it. Yeah, after the accident.
We're looking at that right now, and you know what? If you've ever been like, "Hey, I'm hurt," his thought right now is, "How bad is it?" I mean, as soon as
that ain't good.
As soon as it hits him in the face,
that's a lot of just flying debris right there that could do some damage.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, he took some of the metal right to the face.
Blew his hair off.
He had
Greg.
He had his jugular got punctured by shrapnel, and he had a collapsed lung and all that.
Guys,
look at him strapped up in the bed.
We don't want this.
They had to airlift him out.
All right, and everybody stop emailing that Speedy is shooting a rifle. It's because somebody's bald.
Every bald person.
Every bald person.
Hey, I found Speedy shooting a rifle.
Hey, just see his picture's got looks like Speedy. He's just bald. There's more to it than that. Now, there are a lot of people out there that like Speedy.
Of course, the anti-gun people are cheering this. The gun finally got him back.
Yeah, look, this is like the animal people when a hunter gets killed by an animal.
Yeah.
It's the ultimate for them.
Same thing.
Yeah, so there we go. And there's the look at it. That's the beautiful thing about a YouTuber. If something happens to a YouTuber, you got it on YouTube.
Oh, yeah, because they're setting up video, and as it happens.
You got usually a really good shot.
But you know what I mean? When you get hit in the face with something, you're like, how bad is it?
Oh, I know.
How bad is it?
I know.
And you start trying to figure out how.
In this particular case, they go pretty bad.
Yeah. In that particular case, how about real bad?
Yeah.
So we'll come back. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll get into more of your phone calls coming up. More stories to cover if you want to reach us. 866 We Be Big is the number. Harry Murdahl standing by. Also, don't forget to check our website. We got upcoming events, shopping the Rick and Bubba store. You can find out all the different ways to get Rick and Bubba content. You can get it live, but also it's available to you in many different ways. Never miss a moment.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Much to do going forward on the program. Fat people, listen up. There was an old joke, that I remember James Gregory telling this joke about, when you get on smaller aircraft sometimes, if you have a chance to do that, they will ask what everybody weighs. And based on how much fuel they need.
Well, you ask, and they say, so we'll know how much fuel we need.
Yeah, and of course, James Gregory, the famous fill it up.
Yeah, why are we doing, fill it up.
Fill it up.
It's on me.
And he says, I don't want to crash because a woman lied about her weight. Well, we're now seeing this story today, fellow chubbies out there. Passengers could be weighed on commercial airlines. Americans are getting fatter. And the FAA is concerned that the aircraft may be overloaded by fat passengers.
Are you trying to tell me, Rick, the FAA is worried about FAT?
That is correct.
How about that?
Or as our dad would say it differently.
Yes.
The
FATA.
Yes, correct. Airline carriers are being tasked with calculating the weight and balance of their aircraft to ensure it's within allowable limits for the safety of the plane. Have we become so fat now that they're saying, look, I got to tell you, these people are just fatter than they've ever been. I don't know if our old calculations can work. We may have to start
weighing. Could eyeball it and be okay?
We might need to weigh some of these. Man, we got some big folks out there.
Well, listen, I understand if you're taking up more than one seat. I got that, because you don't want some other customer to be uncomfortable.
No, if you've ever had to lean up against the skin of a large one on a flight, it's not preferred.
Maybe was running late, didn't get the shower.
It's not preferred.
Yeah, that's a tough ride. We all admit that.
Yep, that's a tough one.
But I don't know about the weight thing, because it surely they can calculate how heavy the maximum weight anybody can fit in that seat, right? So they ought to be able to know the max. And then at that point, you follow James Gregory's lead here, fill her up.
It says surveys of weight by airlines could begin to take place every 3 years or 36 months. They could take place at the gate and would involve at least 15% of the daily departure passengers who would be selected, I love this, at random.
Yes. Not the at random again.
At random.
I want to check Tubby.
Could you come over here? Why did you pick me? No reason. It's just random. We want to weigh you. Yeah, like that. What good is it, honestly, if you're trying to do this survey, let's just get real for a minute. What good is it to grab a skinny person and weigh them?
You're just trying to, for show.
What information? It's kind of like the time that Sherry and I were pulled out randomly as terrorists.
Yeah.
And
sure.
I began to run the numbers on the police work here was not very good.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and especially when they were checking one of the babies for a bomb. I said,
Yeah, I don't want.
I've seen people a lot more suspicious.
I don't want you to do anything random as far as protecting me. I want you to have a reason for what you're doing.
Yeah.
And the reason be backed up by facts and by the history of the situation. Let's go with that. Good police work.
Yeah, I asked that question, how many times they'd seen this particular scenario. I said, I can answer that. I've never. There's never been a story that on this, so this appears to be a waste of time. So they're going to. Hey, let me tell you something out there, chubby family.
Hey, Chubs.
We may start getting weighed at the airport. We've gotten
like farm animals.
Listen, we've gotten so fat. We've gotten so fat. They're now thinking a commercial airline could be in danger.
Really?
You realize how big these commercial planes are?
Considered it till now.
Yeah, you know what somebody starts saying, guys? I'm telling you, these pilots are saying that thing was laboring.
Got a little too much weight on this
I was
thing.
trying to get her off the ground. I had to give her a little more gas.
Use the whole runway.
Well,
that's right.
There's a lot of wake up calls in life. Being people, Bubba and I, who've struggled with weight. There's a lot of wake up calls, and I've had them, in my own life, But I got to tell you, when people are concerned that your weight is going to bring down a commercial airline, you got to put that on the list. Remember, we've had some in the past. If a crane has to remove you from your home,
right. If they have to cut out the wall of your bedroom to hoist you out,
bring a tow motor in.
Right. If your trip to the doctor requires a flatbed trailer,
yes,
things like that.
If
you might want to rethink.
If people are concerned if you fall on them, it's sudden death.
Yeah. I mean, you're right up there with the building.
Yeah. That
if you find small objects in orbit around you,
Hey, let me tell you something.
and I don't mean to be mean because that's not my nature.
Right, never has been.
But I was look, and I'm certainly, I'm in the tubby world, so I got it. Okay.
Yep.
But even inside that tubby world, there's levels of tubby.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Greg, and this is about to own you because this is right up your alley.
Oh boy.
Okay. I was on vacation last week. You might have heard about it.
I heard a little.
And I went to some random island that was okay. And the food was and the food was adequate. But I watched a person who I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like all of us. This person was huge. Okay.
Beyond.
And I saw them making the move to the hot tub. And look, I'm not.
No, they did.
No. I'm not exaggerating this at all. Because Sherry she started kind of popping my hand. I said, no, I got to see how this ends. I got to see how this ends. So like a lot of times, especially because we had pretty mild weather last week. It wasn't blazing hot.
No.
Well, sometimes kids. We've all some of y'all are still in the little kid world because you know what I mean. They want to play in like where the hot tub is because the water in the pool is too cold. If you're at a hotel or something like that, and they like getting over in that warm water. So there were some kids in there. Okay, and I'm telling you, you know how buoyancy works. How the water has to replace what's just happened.
Oh boy, they wash a few out.
Let me tell you something. I watched those kids rise.
Rick, come on.
Listen,
Rick sits down there. Oh my God.
No, hey, that person.
They could go overboard.
Hey, that person sat down, and I saw kids' lives be impacted. Some of them had to look at their parents like, "Mommy." They started rising up with the tide. Well, the tide. That person sat down when something that big comes into a. It was. Hey, I'm not exaggerating, Greg.
All ships rise when.
No, look, Greg, let me tell you this, Greg.
And Rick, you can't forget fat floats.
Greg, all small people rise when big person.
Yes, they do.
Greg, now I'm not talking about small. I'm talking about like, they would even be.
Did they start going? Wee!
Yeah, it was like they got on a ride. No, it really was. So it scared them. They got the look like mama. You know what I mean? You saw that water get displace itself. It was.
Here they go.
And Sherry goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "I got to see how this ends." and it was.
The bad part, I don't know if you stayed around long enough to see when they get out. It'd be like somebody pulled the drain plug on them.
Well, you know how I knew. You know how I knew they left. I saw a guy putting a hose pipe in it.
Let's get this back. Let's get this back where it needs to be.
Because you know how much came out.
Sure.
Yeah, they got them little drains.
It did have one parent who kept trying to get their kid out of the hot tub. It pushed them right up and sat right next to them.
Yeah, they just washed them right in her lap.
Right, just boom, right there. Greg, I'm pleased.
All right,
man. It was, and
rise on up.
And to me, when you push kids out of a hot tub, like it pushes them up out onto the bank.
Yeah, right. They're standing on the bank. And they had no idea they were getting out.
Mama, what happened? Mama, I was scared. It was, and maybe that's just let's have a look.
You might want to maybe check your weight.
Yeah,
your girth.
Yeah, I can remember.
Give it a look.
I remember the day that I went over to the scales and I said, "Hey, Rick."
Wow.
Something's got to give.
I'm at that point.
Well, you start out,
and right after lunch, I'm on the side.
Listen,
yeah.
Bubba,
Monday, I'm going to get after.
You always start out, and I do this too. You always start out when you put some weight on. You always start out thinking that something's happened to your clothing. I don't know why.
Hey, I tell you what, baby, put this in the dryer.
Baby, did you put this in the dryer? No, I hung it up like I always do. Well, something's wrong with it.
It's tight in the shoulders.
This thing's gotten shrunk somehow.
The button gapped open.
And then Cheryl just give the look like, that's probably not it.
Probably
so since the 1960s, Americans have put on about 30 pounds.
A piece?
Yeah.
We all averaging 30
averaging
more.
out about 30 pounds.
I can see
more than they did in the 1960s.
I can see that.
So
yeah, go out in public and get you a look. It ain't hard to find.
You say that.
So good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'd love to talk to you right now. Harry Murdahl standing by and ready to go. Somebody say. All right, so we're loving the Babbel app. Sherry actually got this at our house before they even became a sponsor on the program, so we can tell you it really is a great resource. If you're trying to learn a language, it's a great resource. You can get yours by going to babbel.com/Bubba right now. We're going to save you 65% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/Bubba. That's BABBEL.com/Bubba. 65% off, 14 different languages to choose from. And it really is designed for you saying, look, I want to cut through this. I'm not trying to learn the grammar and all the different things of the language. I want to be able to communicate with a group of people and speak their language. And I want to talk the way people talk in normal everyday life. And that's how it's designed. About 15 minutes per session. 100 different language experts help put together this system. It's the 1 selling language learning app. So you can get it right now, and we'll give you 65% off if you use our URL. That's babbel.com/Bubba. All right, we'll get to some of your phone calls coming up here in a little bit. There's lines available if you want to get in. But Bubba was telling me, you know, this is our favorite, our famous.
Hey, these two
over here.
These two have had one tamale too many.
We're gonna tell Dan no more tamales. And this is what we get. Yeah, y'all, these two. What about yesterday behind us? We're trying to do commercials, and they're back there talking about Speedy being owned by some guy and all this stuff. And I was like,
pretty much told Speedy what to do.
Gosh, I love when you do stuff like that. But not when I'm trying to cut commercials. Just
Rick, I just want to see if you can still handle it.
Well, it cost Bubba's voice.
Yeah, I mean, I had a blowout.
That was hey, we got to laughing hard yesterday trying to cut the first. When Bubba and I come back from vacations, you throw a bunch of commercials down for us. You get ready for anything. But didn't I call Homewood Homefoot?
Homefoot. They got a location in Homefoot.
Homefoot. So anyway, I didn't even know the MTV Movie Awards were still on.
How can they still call themselves MTV? I know we've been through that before, but they even still have their video awards.
Do people not like videos anymore?
I don't know.
I think now if you see a video, you have to go to the internet.
But the MTV Movie and TV Awards have been around for a while.
Oh wow!
And you know it's hey, nothing's hipper or cooler. Well, we're trying to figure out the different playoffs with the far left. You know, when they like or dislike, and we love when they're against each other. Now, we go now to Ellen being a pioneer for the LBGTQ community and beloved by all on the left because of her pioneer. And she sits by George W. Bush at a baseball game.
That started.
Our football game. I don't remember which one it was.
Football thing.
Football. And then suddenly that was the first time they began to turn on her a little bit because she had the audacity.
Well, she was smiling.
She had the audacity to be nice to someone that she may disagree with on certain topics.
Yeah.
You know, and then became that she as far as a boss, that she was horrible to people, that she was mean.
Real mean.
Now the show is over. And then Bubba's the one that brought this to my attention today. He saw it in a story that, you know, they have this segment of people that we've lost in the entertainment business, and they show their pictures up there. And
in memoriam.
And they play a song. They actually mocked Ellen DeGeneres and put her up there that her reign of terror had finally ended. And
can we listen to the audio?
Okay, here. Is that okay? We can't.
Look, they got the they got the dates.
Look, they've got the dates that Ellen's reign of terror had been going. So they mock her at this.
We can just hear the intro, can
we? He said there's no audio on.
Yeah,
yeah, and they're showing it that.
So is this real? That's what I'm worried about now.
Well, that's what we're wondering. Did this actually happen? According to this story, it did.
And that was a comedian kind of roasting Ellen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the 2021 MTV Movie and TV Awards.
So they're being sarcastic.
Unscripted, penned their own version of this to pay tribute. So I guess this is a comedian that got to come out and do this on the award show. Unscripted. I don't.
But it's still. I mean, I'm still shocked that they would go there.
No,
to
let this
in Hollywood.
Yeah, to let this be on.
That'd be almost
so
mean.
I guess what the question is now on the progressive list of who is meaner. Are you meaner if you are mean to people? Does that move you ahead of I'm a trendsetter in the gay community. I mean,
if we look at this playoff, Bubba, correctly, okay, you to be mean is worse than it cancels out being a pioneer for the LGBTQ community. So you can be a pioneer for the LGBT LMNOP community, but if you're mean, then we want you canceled. We're glad you're done because you were mean, and that was worse than any. So is to be mean the worst thing? Now remember, people who have declared that being mean is the worst are very, very mean people.
Yeah, I know, because you could consider what they did here mean.
Right.
And I know that you're saying, well, it was comedy, and normally we would go, yeah, well, that's funny, but you can't do that anymore.
No.
Remember, you'll get canceled.
That's right. To the phones we go. Let's go to Blake in Prattville, I-92, WLWI. Blake, go ahead.
Monkey Grass, Green Acres.
Thank you
Welcome,
for the call. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so speaking of movie awards, I just wanted to know if you guys have heard about that female actress that got stabbed. Her name was Reese. Y'all know the last name Reese?
I know what you're trying to do. He's trying to pull us into a joke.
Yeah, he's trying to get us.
We say with a spoon. He goes, no, with a knife.
Yeah.
Jeremy in Gadsden, Z93.
That's funny, right?
That was like drive-through password. He was wanting to play his version.
It was. It didn't work, but yeah. Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wanting to point out that skinnier athletes are less athletic than fat athletes. And I think we can say, skinny Barry Bonds was fat Barry Bonds, home run king.
Well, that's true.
Well,
I don't think
he was more like muscled up.
He wasn't fat. He was bigger Barry Bonds.
Bigger Barry Bonds.
Skinny Barry Bonds was actually more athletic.
Yeah. Helmsy did some research.
Giant forehead Barry Bonds.
Yes.
Hit the ball.
Just smashed it.
And he said,
Yickety-yaks.
He said Americans on average are 30 pounds heavier than they used to be.
Correct.
And
the
Bubba
60s.
made an observation.
Yep.
See, you can't even bring a story to the discussion because it has a chilling effect on creativity.
It's just an observation.
Right.
What was it?
Well, Greg, better known as the human arch.
You don't know what?
It really caught me off guard. It really
It did me too.
Right.
Of course, this was commentary on the kitchen.
I thought we'd
have
covered.
bring it back in here.
Well, I thought we'd have covered like average height's gotten taller before we got to that.
Colt in Montgomery.
We eventually got to that.
I-92 WLWI. Colt, go ahead.
Hey, Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thanks, Colt. Appreciate it, buddy. Hey, young ass.
All right.
Okay. So I got some info on that 50 BMG that exploded. Okay, so he put out a video on that explaining everything that happened. That slap round he was shooting turned out to be a counterfeit that was improperly made and way overloaded. And he talked to the manufacturer of the gun, and whose name is Mark Serbu, and he said that the typical pressure for a 50 BMG is around 55,000 PSI, and for it to explode like that, it would have had to been over 150,000 PSI.
Yeah. So
obviously something went wrong.
Yeah, it was a malfunction. Now the MTV wants Ellen to shoot the gun.
Take a shot, Ellen.
JR in Alabama. JR, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering if y'all had seen any video of the guy that got hit with a 4-mile-an-hour fast car with the face last night.
Yeah,
I have not seen it. Now, have you guys?
Oh,
seen
yeah,
it?
I watched it.
94 miles an hour in the face.
Yep.
Break his face.
He was laying on the ground, blood dripping off his face.
Ooh.
Yeah. Could be a while before he gets back in the box.
But I mean,
that'll
it seems
stay
like
with
that
him.
just would take all these different bones. Are we going to see it?
Yeah.
Oh.
You can tell the pitcher felt bad about it.
Oh, yeah.
Bam.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my goodness.
I was trying to back him off a little. Got a little.
Oh.
Got
a
away
little
from
away
him.
from it just a bit.
Oh. Oh.
I mean, that's square.
Don't you know what that sounded like?
Oh. Yeah.
Bubba's still down over there, in case y'all are wondering.
Well.
Because he would usually give us a little bit on that spaceball.
Greg, he said back in the 60s that pitcher couldn't have thrown the ball through it.
No, didn't throw that fast back then.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. From the broadcast plaza and teleport, a brand new hour has begun. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here today. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Here's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for spending a few hours with us each and every day.
Each and every day, and I still haven't figured out why my back's killing me today. I mean, I got to get to the bottom of that.
Is it lower, mid, or what?
It's right here.
It's mid.
Mid. It's a mid one. I don't know. I mean, like,
get Adler to walk on it.
Yeah, well,
Rick, a lot of times when you go on vacation, what I call vacation beds are not always the most firm, you know.
Well, and I tried to do a little better yesterday, and I probably got. I didn't. I mean, I thought it was pretty mild.
Bad form.
Yeah. I don't
bad
think it was,
form.
I think maybe my body I think I had sat too much.
BF.
You know, sitting there looking. I sat on the dock of the bay, just wasting time.
You did. Maybe that got you back out of
right.
line.
So, all right. So, I know, Bubba, you and I agree with this. If you are going to change the environment, you're going to change the mindset, you're going to have to start doing things differently if the place that you have been hired to coach, the business you've been hired to run, the show you've been hired to save. If it's all going downhill and it has not been successful, you know, we've heard it said 1,000 times, it's insane to not change things because the way they've always done it was not effective.
True.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, the Detroit's line, Dan Campbell, he's cutting up, and he's like, we got to change the atmosphere here. I mean, they haven't won, and one of the things, and these sounds like things that you and I would talk about. There's a podcast called Pardon My Take, and he said that he's asked the Lions owner. Now I know he's kidding around. But I think he gets the point going, but hey, if they do it, I don't know what Petey would think about it. He's asked the Lions owner about getting a pet lion to keep at the team's Allen Park practice facility.
They're going to have him in a cage like Mike.
He said, I don't think we're going to be able to do it, but I would love to literally just have a pet lion, just a legit pet lion on a chain. And he says he describes the chain would be very big. And he's like my pet, and I just walk around the building, go to practice. We're at 7-on-7. I'm behind the kicker with a live line while he's trying to kick and all this. And so he was talking about this, but there was something else that he threw out there that he's also suggested that a taxidermist stuff a sheep and set it outside for them to look at as they go to practice. He said because lions are not concerned about what sheep think.
That's funny.
I love that. Yeah,
funny
and so
stuff. I like that.
So every time they see that, it's a reminder you're a lion. Why do you care what anybody else thinks?
I like that a lot.
And so he even said that if he had an accident with it, he said we'd feed it well. I don't know what Peter's going to think about it. He said we'd take care of it and everything would be great. But I acknowledge I could end up losing an arm, and this is the coach you want. Mm-hmm. Are you ready for this? But I'd let a lion eat my arm off to win a Super Bowl. Let me tell you something. That's
commitment.
That's who you want coaching. And I don't know what's going to happen. The Lions may never be good.
Right.
Yeah. But, it's almost like, Barry Sanders got us. Haven't they only won like one playoff game, and that's when Barry was there? I think so. They got in the first round and won one time, right? Got beat in the second round.
It's been a long time.
It has been.
Of course, you got Jared Goff there now. Him and Stafford swap teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm confused by that.
I know. I thought Goff, when they went to Super Bowl, I thought, well, he's doing pretty good.
This thing where a quarterback goes to Super Bowl and then they get rid of him.
I'd like to see Stafford in a different situation just to see if it's Detroit that's held him back. Or
he's
had big contracts and his numbers were decent. It's just
well,
he just didn't have a lot of help.
Yeah.
Rick, in 61 seasons, they've made the playoffs 12 times.
Wow.
Yeah, and am I right that they've only won a playoff game one time?
One maybe. Yes, they haven't won any in the last 10 years.
Well,
they've only made the playoffs 3 times in the last 10 years.
Compare those numbers to the New England Patriots.
Oh my goodness!
Oh goodness!
And think about this: in '85, when the Bears beat them senseless in the Super Bowl, they were terrible. They didn't have any wins then. It all happened after that.
That's right,
guys.
So you can make a change and get the right group together and make it happen.
Yeah.
I'm falling in love with this coach even more. He said, I was on an airplane once when my appendix ruptured. I didn't want to miss the next day because we were doing conditioning tests. He wanted to see where the team was.
So he asked the trainers to give him medicine to control the pain so he'd go to the hospital after conditioning was over.
Oh, wow. This guy's intense.
Greg, he likes Metallica, Leonard Skinner, AC/DC, Led Zeppelin, and Pantera.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He looks like somebody. Who does remind you of? Look on the screen, Ricky. They've got him doing an interview.
It looks
Not
like
him.
the rowdy friend you always had.
Wait a minute, they'll show him again. Right there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He does look rowdy.
Your face and scream.
That's the guy that, He said.
Or anybody on the pro fishing tournament.
Greg, he also used one of Dad's lines in here. Do you remember what he called 3 o'clockers?
Yes.
He added that. He used that word and then described what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, when a person is called that.
And hey.
Yeah, he said
he's right.
He said it's somebody that's consistently getting into trouble off the field. He does not love football. He's not very smart. He doesn't care about studying. He's not a team guy. He's got major ego problems. That's what a football, and he's using the word for feces. You don't want to deal with it. It's not worth it. So that's what I meant when I'm telling you that the roster that was left, that Bob Quinn and Patricia got me, he said, I thank them for giving me a roster free of these.
Okay.
So I think he thinks he's run off.
If that's true, that's a step in the right direction.
Right. Yeah. So it's
Rick, to your point, 1991, the only playoff win.
And that's when Barry was there, wasn't
and I think it was against the Cowboys.
Yep. Then they got waxed next week, I think, against Chicago, maybe. Rick, there's no way you have that right. And if you know it, it's from watching the Barry Sanders documentary on Football Life on the NFL channel, not because you actually remember it.
Right.
Yeah.
So what's the
By the way, I could watch a
HBO
Football
special
Live
on
over and over again.
Preseason. What is it? Hard Knocks.
Knocks.
I'd like Hard Knocks on him.
I bet you may have
Hard
potential.
Knocks Detroit
I'll
Lions
subscribe to that,
with
friends.
this coach would be great.
Yes. Yeah. I'm in.
Will he be successful, Bubba? I know.
Define successful in the NFL first.
All right, with the Lions.
Yes.
Successful with the Lions is
He doesn't have a lot of experience.
He gets them. They at least tie the 1991. That he can get them to the playoffs and win one game.
First year. Let's start it. Let's
they had a really good year
work
that
at the
year.
ladder.
They were like 12-4. So just make the playoffs. You don't say that is success.
What was their record last year?
Ugly.
Hold on, I can look that up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say the lowest rung on here is a winning record.
Right.
Isn't that where it all starts?
Yeah.
And then you make the playoffs.
Right.
Then you win a playoff game.
Right.
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 And then you play for a conference championship.
Yeah, that'd be next.
They were 5-11 last year.
Wow. And then you get to the Super Bowl, then you win the Super Bowl, right?
I'm gonna say let's go with the first year 8 wins. First year.
Okay. How many games they play now?
16?
Or is it
they
going to 18,
did they
right?
add 2?
I think make the playoffs is you got to have. I mean, there's
Right.
a lot of teams that make the playoffs.
So if you get to the playoffs, it's a new season. You start over. You have a chance to win the Super Bowl. Everybody else is sitting at home. That has to be the
now
first.
You got Green
rung,
Bay,
doesn't it?
Chicago, Minnesota in your
It's
North
rough.
Division.
It's rough in there. It's tough.
Is there somebody else? Isn't there another team now?
Just
when they reorganized?
Green Bay, Chicago, Minnesota, and Detroit in the North.
Right.
I'd like to know on baseball fans, can y'all acknowledge the Astros as National League? I mean, it's American League.
No, I still forget.
Yeah.
I have a hard time reminding myself that the Seattle Seahawks are in the NFC because they were AFC forever out there with the Raiders.
Did you see how hard it was for me for the Astros? I wouldn't even say it. Yeah,
that is weird.
Okay, let's see here.
But let's say this: can I stay the coach at Detroit till I'm ready to retire? If I just do winning records, and I get us to a playoff. I mean, am I even required to win?
I think if
anything?
you make it a few years in the playoffs, you're going to be required to win. You got to get better every year.
Right.
I think 8 wins is a really good first year goal. I think make playoffs is considered a success, huge success, and then you grow from that.
Yeah.
And they've got 17 regular season games, 2 preseason games.
In our lifetime, Bubba, you're the oldest at 57. I'm about to be 57 in October. So we're the oldest guys. So we use us because we have the shortest life left.
Yeah, right.
If we age out.
Yeah.
Barring accident or some disease.
It's good math. I'm with you.
Will we see the Detroit Lions win a Super Bowl in our lifetime?
No.
Rick, I
don't think so.
It's amazing as the Patriots turnaround was. I just don't see it because that's usually a pretty tough division. Even if they're not good, the Bears usually have a good defense. Green Bay has been outstanding lately. the Vikings are hot and cold. You never know who's going to show up there. It's just a tough division to win.
It is. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up bottom of this hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so I hate to keep coming back to this, but the military right here in the United States of America keeps on confirming that, yes, we are seeing UFOs. And they're saying sometimes, is the word, am I exaggerating, a daily basis?
There's two stories out there today that are very interesting. One of them has to do with sightings in the Pacific Ocean, one off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean. And that one was actually aired on 60 Minutes this weekend, and it's caused quite a stir.
Because they're saying, no one is saying spacemen from another planet yet. But they're saying that we are seeing things, we don't know what they are.
Here's the deal. We've heard about the Tic Tac sightings, which happened over several years off the California coast. More footage has become available of that now, and there was a guy. He was a former senior military officer. Raised concerns about the technology he was witnessing. He said it's possible that they found us before we found them, and he was indicating possible alien in that case. But he said that the technology that he is witnessing on the screen, based on the pilots and the planes they're flying, trying to identify these, shows that this technology outstrips our arsenal by at least 100 to 1,000 years. All of this, Rick, and if you've noticed, there's been a lot of UFO talk lately in the news. All of this comes out ahead of the delivery of unclassified reports by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and other agencies about unidentified aerial phenomenons that have engaged the U.S. military, and all of that's supposed to be made public in June of this year.
You think they're just getting us ready for it?
It just seems like there's a lot of stuff leaking out right now, which may be a way to ease the shock to some people of what's going on. I don't think they're going to come out and say, we've discovered life from another planet. I think they're only going to say that we've got some really strange video out here that we can't explain what it is. And that is the truth.
So if it's not ours, then some of our enemies could have developed some stuff.
Well, that's the question. Are we seeing technology from an alien country or army, or are we seeing visitors from another planet? They're not ruling that out, but I think, we broke this down the other day. We also know it may be our own military running tests to see how good what they're building is against our current military. You can't tell them ahead of time. You got to see how they respond to it. So I don't know. Now, we're not talking about one or two isolated incidences here, Rick. At least 6 different pilots have encountered the mysterious objects as they flew at speed over the Pacific near Mexico on November of 2004. So, see, this is a long time back. We're just now seeing it all.
Y'all have hit on it. They're preparing us for the blow coming in June. They don't want us to wig.
Yeah.
They're preparing us.
Rick, they're doing a soft open.
They really are. It's a soft open. To the phones we go. Jack in Mobile, Alabama. Lines are available for you. Jack, go ahead.
Tic-tac.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
We're good, Tic-tac.
Good deal. So, I just want to give a toss to Dan Campbell. I'm excited to see what he's going to bring to Detroit. However, another coach is going to give him some competition as far as change the atmosphere, and that's Joe Judge out of New York. I may be biased as a Giants fan, but I'm really excited what he brought last year, and I think that's going to change everything in the league.
You think the Giants are headed in the right direction? You're just using the lines discussion to launch that you're happy with your Giants setup right now. You think this guy's going to do it?
Well, I played for guys that are late bus guys in high school. We double our win total from the past year each time, and made playoffs my last 2 years.
Now, how is the tie-in? I'm sorry, I didn't.
He's a Giants
that.
fan. He said,
Right.
I look at this Dan Campbell, and I think the Lions should be excited, and I think we have one just like him from the same mold.
for the Giants.
And where did Dan Campbell come from?
I have no idea.
Where was he at?
Anybody
Do
know?
you know, sir?
Do you know, Jack?
No, all I know is that he's tough, he's hard nosed, and
Last night
I had me. Is it me, guys?
No, it's not you. Last time I had his
UFO flew in front of that one.
That's right.
He played tight end in the NFL. I know that. But as far as head coaching job, it says.
Here it is,
as a
Birmingham
coach,
Iron.
he was with the Miami
That's
Dolphins. Then he was with the Dolphins. He was with the New Orleans Saints. He was assistant head coach and tight ends coach from 16 to 20, and then now he is Detroit Lions.
Okay, gotcha. Tucson, Arizona.
He was an interim head coach for the Dolphins in 15 for a little bit too.
Hello.
Sammy, hey Sammy, go ahead.
I remember that, by the way.
Hey, so I have a merchandise idea for y'all.
Okay.
I think you need to make stickers, for like laptops, hydro flasks, all that stuff, cars, that say common sense is a superpower. Because, oh, dear God, living out here in Arizona, I tell you, nobody has that superpower.
Yeah, we have T-shirts that have that on it, but you're right. Maybe but you need to be able to put something up in your actual office. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I got to have something that's, says that in front of my coworkers because I can't exactly wear a T-shirt and be business attire.
No. Do we have it? I know we have some magnets. Do we have that on any of the magnets? Our magnets have different sayings, and I know that. But we do have the T-shirt that has it, but that's not very subtle. It could upset people if you walked in with that on,
and if you've had your vaccination, you just put the magnet on your arm.
That's funny.
And let it go.
Yeah. Tom in Madison, Alabama. Tom, I'll be there tomorrow night. I'm stoked. I'm fired up. Go.
Dude, you have no idea how stoked and powered up we are. Our church just got a brand new 4 walls. We were meeting at a local elementary school, and we now have our own 4 sets of walls that surround us where we're able to meet every Sunday, and we are just so excited about seeing you tomorrow night.
Well, I can't wait. I saw some footage, and it looks like a very cool room, and I cannot wait to be there, and I'm excited that you guys are making this commitment for the men, too. So get the word out, and we're talking about it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow night, Lord willing, okay?
Hey, if you need dinner before or after, let me know. Pull on me.
Send me an email, buddy. You always get an old chubby's heart with that. All right, so I'm looking at the magnet. So we could add that. We have can't have nothing. We got logo and then Jesus loves you and I'm trying.
Rick,
which I would put that one on there and then wait for the common sense one.
Right. On the UFO topic, have you seen the picture that they got over the Atlantic in bright daylight of this object? They say they don't know what it is.
Yeah, Adler was showing some of that.
Yeah, did you see it?
Oh, yeah, I did.
The one in the blue sky, the silver one? That's a pretty good picture.
I was on the Atlantic just as fast.
I know.
Everywhere I go, they come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks, we're back. And we'd love to hear from you before we get out of here this hour. The Gridiron Men's Conference is back, coming up Father's Day weekend. And if you have not already hadn't got your group together yet, get it done. Go to gridironmen.com. That's gridironmen.com or rickandbubba.com. I'm excited to be back in Huntsville at the Probst Arena. Going to be there with Herschel Walker, author Gary Chapman, Jonathan Evans. Tony's son will be there. He's fantastic. He's got a new book coming out, by the way. Ike Reichard will be there. Charles Billingsley leading worship. Phil Waldrop there as well, who also has a new book coming out this fall. So looking forward to being with these men and with all of you across the country that will be traveling in for the Gridiron Men's Conference. The second year, it's hosted by Huntsville, Alabama. So looking forward to being with all of you. Grab those tickets. Get that done. Get your hotel taken care of if you're coming from outside. And I look forward to seeing all of you there coming up on Father's Day weekend. So Speedy was talking about this in the break. And so how many, because dudes, it's not a given. How many guys on the show, on any regular basis, you take a hot bath? Not a shower. You're actually in a bathtub.
I cannot think of the last time that has happened.
I can't. It's rare, but it does happen. I used to take some before I would play a tennis match to get loose, but
is that right?
Yeah. You didn't have to share that.
Well, no, I did.
Did it work?
I got the jets and get in there. And
okay, so you use it kind of like a jacuzzi.
I may take one today, as a matter of fact. I was thinking about it yesterday and didn't get around to it. But overall, I would say 3 to 4 times a year, maybe. Maybe.
I can't think of the last time I did.
I can't either.
I don't mind sharing.
I think I was like 11.
Yeah, took an ice bath.
I don't mind sharing this. I like a hot bath. Now let me.
Could you go draw me a tub of water, please?
Let me tell you this. Here's the problem. I cannot do it. I only can do it seasonally.
Okay.
But I'm gonna tell you something. If I have been out hunting or been somewhere or been whatever, and you got them old cold aches and pains, it's hard outside. It's cold out there, and you come in and you got a little bit of chill on you, and your body's aching a little bit, and your joints are aching. Get in a bathtub with a hot and just soak. Is number one. Now,
do you ever put Epsom salt in there? It helps too. I don't know why. What? Do you know why that helps?
As a matter of fact,
get rid of soreness.
As a matter of fact, the way my back is hurting, I wish I could have gotten in the tub, but I would see. So we have to have a big tub for me to fit in. So our tub that was in the house that we built 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, it finally, the last time somebody came to repair it, they just looked us in the eye and said, this tub's over. Well, unfortunately, if this was built into the bathroom like a garden tub, remember those with all the craze?
Oh, yeah.
To get rid of one, you have to redo the whole bathroom.
Right.
Because unless you got
about the tile and everything.
Yeah, you got to redo all that. Well, basically, I don't know if anybody's tried to get any home improvements done in our current environment. You just sit and wait, and now, unfortunately, they'll go ahead and take the money. But you. So there's some tub that's coming at some point.
Okay.
Yeah, we've gotten to the point now where it's so long ago that I told Sherry, I said, they're really making a mistake here. I don't know if we can get a refund, but it's taking them so long to redo this bathroom because they can't get tile in and they can't get things in. It's taking so long. We may get to where we can live without a tub, and we don't.
You don't need it.
Give me my money back.
Yeah,
I don't need it.
Because the problem is this: Sherry's
there.
tiny, so Sherry can actually take a bath in just some of the other bathrooms. Just have your standard tub in it with the shower in it.
Yeah.
See, she can do that because she's tiny. Well, that's not an option for Big Papa. If I don't have some big deep tub, I can't. I mean, I can't get myself submerged in the water.
No, your knees are all up.
There's not enough water in there. It's back to what I said.
It's a lot like your hot tub story.
The hot tub story. So, but I will tell you, I like to get in a hot bath.
Yeah, but when you wash off and then you sit down in,
no.
You go hot bath to shower.
See, this is the thing that you'll like, Greg. I don't get in a hot bath to get clean.
Yeah,
I just get in there to relax.
Okay. Yeah, you were a kid and you'd be so dirty you'd leave a ring in there.
Yeah, I do remember that.
You might go, you've left a ring in the tub.
So if I'm dirty, I don't get in the tub because that's not going. I don't.
Or you can go tub and then finish up with a shower.
That's what.
Because you know what that's going to require. If I'm getting in there to get clean, then there's a moment where I got to stand up in there.
I know.
And soap
up.
Soap
down, then
whoosh. Then I'm back down in there again.
That's not for me. But they're saying that a relaxing dip in a hot bath could be the key to easing depression and anxiety in a new study. It just because they say hot, relaxing baths have they seem to be extremely effective on someone who's struggling with depression and anxiety. Said that 1 in 5 British adults show symptoms of anxiety and depression. Well, if I lived there, I would too.
I think they're just glad to be alone.
Yeah, it's right.
It makes you slow down, maybe.
Right, and it says that they will put them in these hot baths as part of their treatment, and they're seeing it having good. But is that really a breakthrough?
I don't know.
I'm having a tough day. I just went and I know women. I've seen this portrayed over and over again
in movies and stuff,
where women say, "I need to take a bubble bath," and they'll go in and get the candles going, get in their hot bath, get their suds going. Yeah, and they stay in there, and they do that if they're feeling, like they need a break. If they feel, the word I always hear is stressed. I'm just so stressed out.
Well, I usually don't light the candles because they don't really make that big a difference in the daytime when I'm in there. So.
No, that's right.
That's true.
That's right. I'm picturing that. By the way, can't take a hot bath during the hot time of year.
But
you can take a hot shower.
Yeah, it's different.
But what about the temperature of the house or the room you're in? If it's cold in there, you can't.
I've got some mental block on summer. Yeah, it's like I can't be in a hot place when it's hot outside. I just can't do it. Okay. Now you get me in the winter, you'll find me in a bath.
So you couldn't get in a sauna.
Of course, you won't now. You won't now because mine's broken.
Yeah, no.
I've paid for one that nobody can set up because we can't get the tile things. You got to shut down.
Where are you at on it?
I'm at the point now where I just say, just give us any tile.
Yeah, whatever you got in stock.
Nobody's going to come in here.
Yeah, and Sherry won't go for that. I was just like, just do something. Where's the tub? Of course, now it's summer because I don't need it.
Yeah,
that's right.
I won't need it again because undoubtedly the way it's going, I'm not going to see it till next winter anyway.
So you wouldn't be with these people that have the jacuzzis on the back porch and they sit in the sun in a jacuzzi. You're not going to do that.
What about in the winter when you get in that hot water and your head's cold?
Yeah, but the problem I got with that is the exit.
I know.
When it's time to get out.
It's great till you have to get out. You're like, oh no.
I'm not an outside jacuzzi person. Not really. not at this age.
I've done it. It's fun.
But boy, the
it has to eat naked. When you get out, it's rough.
It is.
It's rough. Yeah. You talking about running.
Put your robe on.
Yeah. You get going quick. Well, robes usually don't work for me, Greg. But it looks more like a cape.
Look, there goes Superman.
What was that?
Hey, it's Hot Tub Man.
Here I come to save the day. That's so. Anyway, they say that this can be effective, but is that really a breakthrough? A hot bath can calm me down?
No, I think we've known that one. I think that was a wasted study.
Can I tell you what?
Next, they're going to tell you a massage will make you go to sleep.
Right.
Yeah.
This is the thing, the stuff you're looking for, Speedy. Sometimes I'll try to make myself cold so I can enjoy the thrill of getting in a hot bath.
Sit there and get cold.
I'll make myself cold.
I got to chill.
On purpose. I'll go. Oh, I'm cold.
Yeah. See, that's what I need.
I'll cut the heat off because I don't like heat anyway.
Yeah.
You can't stand heat in the house. It dries out your nose. I'd rather just put on layers. I can't stand it.
If you want to cool off, take you some blood thinners. That'll do it.
Oh, I know.
Mm-hmm.
When I go
drop that temp right down for you, about 10 degrees.
That'll do it, won't it? I'd be getting in baths all the time. You're right. Because I can't get in the bath unless I'm cold.
No.
Yeah, but like right now, the way my back feels, if I could lay in a hot bath, I'd love it. I don't know that it does any good, but in my mind, I think it does.
Right.
Yeah. Just
let me ask you this: if you've ever been out in the heat and you need a shower, do you ever take a cold one?
No.
I do.
I know that sounds good, but
no, I do. I do.
Do you have the water cold and step into it, or just gradually turn it cold?
I gradually turn it cold.
Okay.
And then it gets real refreshing. There's few things more refreshing than getting
I don't
down.
like a cold shower.
Well, I'm not saying you do them all the time. But if you're blazing hot and you got sweat all over and you're slimy and greasy,
come in the house, let the air make you cold.
No,
your sweat.
In my mind, the grime. In my mind, then the grime stick. It's like it's going to imprint itself on me.
Yeah.
Wow. So I like to come in hot.
I just can't step in a cold shower.
Really? Why? I didn't say get it warm.
Get it. Yeah.
Step in there, then wind it down, and then before you know, it's refreshing.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Refreshing.
How about that water hose? Just put water over your head.
Man?
Oh man, let it go
That's
over
tough.
your head.
Get the drink out of it.
Yeah. Spray in your face.
I bet in the ball head world, that's awesome.
There you are again with that ball thing.
Well, I'm just talking about, it's going right on that old hot head.
Oh, it feels so good.
You can cook an egg on it.
Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. 30 seconds a pop. The lines are available, and you can come on in. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. Make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. But if you got something you want to say, something you want to ask, something you want to do, you can dial us up and do that now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. At the end of 30, the buzzer will sound. And then your time on the program will go. That means we have the 10 lines, meaning it's easier to get in. And then because of this, we get that line moving briskly in front of you. Let's get started. We've mentioned the new coach at the Detroit Lions, and Tony out of South Carolina claims that he is a long-term, lifelong Detroit Lions fan, and he can speak to this. So, Tony, 30 seconds on the program. Go right ahead.
Tony from South Carolina. Got the good-looking Tony with me today. I've been a lifelong Detroit Lions fan, and I've been called a bandwagon jumper because I love Alabama Roll Tide. And I said, you can't be a bandwagon jumper if you've liked the Detroit Lions since 1978.
Wow. No, wow. You're right about that.
We're looking forward to Gridiron. The good-looking Tony wants to say hey to you.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Tony. Hey, Tony. Yeah, can you imagine what those two worlds must feel like? My college team is the Crimson Tide, and my pro team is the Detroit Lions.
Well, you live for Saturdays.
Well, I think he said that because he's a Tide fan, people think he's a bandwagon fan.
Why in the world was he ever a Lions fan?
Maybe he's from that area. I don't know.
You know how when you grow up, you lock on to a team, and you never know why.
Yeah, why was I a Green Bay fan?
Because we had those uniforms.
Because we got a uniform on Christmas. That was really it.
I was bandwagon Steeler fan.
You were? Do you give them anything at all now?
Just kind of respect.
Did you kind of shift over to the Titans?
I was all about them.
Didn't you shift over to the Titans?
I shifted to the Titans.
Yeah, we had a big Titans run. We were all into the Titans for a while when we used to work for them. 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join us. Lines are available. Parler is back on iPhones.
And the other downloadable things, too, that download apps.
So how did that get resolved? Does Parler?
I don't know.
Did they get their own server back?
It just seemed like it came back, and I'm like you, Rick. I thought it had already come back, but I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. I feel like they've had to make a deal with somebody to get it done.
Well, it says yesterday that they announced that their app has relaunched on Apple devices after months of productive dialogue. So there you go, with the tech giant. So it has been confirmed by Apple that it is now downloadable from Apple. And they said they plan to continue its discussions with Apple as to an optimal way to handle the content. Parler has and will always be a place where people can engage in the free exchange of ideas in the full spirit of the First Amendment, which explains why Harry's not on it. He will not use Parler. And it says the entire Parler team has worked hard to address Apple's concerns without compromising our core mission.
Yeah, and this line here, as part of the deal, they said they will exclude some content normally allowed on the social media company's platform.
Former President Trump
with Apple.
That's funny.
However, the content will remain visible through Android and web-based versions of the site. But I guess maybe it's going to have a special version of the content for the Apple.
I just don't see these two things living in the same biosphere. Okay, because Parler was where you could get on there and say anything you wanted to. Everybody who thought the election was stolen was on there. Apple's 100% against that. So how do they exist? I mean, are they going to? If they regulate it like they're doing Twitter and Facebook, then it's no different than anything else.
You might as well just use that, huh?
Do you think that's what it is? And then that way Apple can go back, oh, yeah, well, we promoted this site, too, for conservatives. But, of course, they got their finger on it, you know.
So let's look at it up. Let's look at this. All right, this may tell us something here, and I think speaks what you're talking about. Here's Apple's comment. We've always supported diverse points of view being represented on the App Store, but there is no place on our platform
for threats of violence and illegal activity. Well, there shouldn't be a place for that on anybody's platform.
Right.
But
what do they consider that?
Yeah,
See, they
that's the key.
consider something that President Trump says that was tied to the riots at the Capitol as being dangerous, so they took him out. I mean, is Trump going to be on it? That's your measuring stick. Is President Trump going to be allowed to be on here and say what he wants to say or not? That's kind of the measuring stick, isn't it?
I mean, that is the question that needs to be asked.
Yeah.
So Apple confirmed in a letter sent to Mike Lee, the senator from Utah, who's Republican, and also to Ken Buck, that the app had been. They must have been trying to stand up for Parler. The app had been reinstated after Parler pledged to make significant changes on how it moderates content.
Okay.
So that's telling you right there why it's back.
Mm-hmm.
The man has told them how to act.
And like I say, if it's not going to be any different than the others, then
what's the point?
Yeah.
Did you catch that word significant?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
now I'll admit
the man is holding them down.
Well, you know what it is. Parler has finally said, in order to be in the game, we must become the man.
Mm-hmm.
And
sadly,
well, and I understand the whole deal. I do, but it's kind of like what you've talked about, Bubba, with streaming apps, which I love the technology of streaming, and I'm glad we're available where people can't get, no radio goob stands between you and us anymore. For someone who doesn't like what we do, you can make your own decisions. But I can get to the point where I'm tired of having to do so many different things. Yeah. And just from someone who is simply trying to say, here's some things that the followers of this show are the people that want to know what's going on with the stuff that we do, either as a team or as individuals. And we want you to know this is coming up, want you to know this is available, want you to know about this, and just trying to get the message to people. It is a hassle to go, all right, here's my post on Twitter. Now let me go do my post for Parler and see. I know they all work together, but they came up with a way that if we want to, we can send you the same thing to Instagram and to Twitter in one post. We just flip the switch and it goes to both of them. When Parler's in play, and of course I was all about it in the beginning because I'm like, well, look, if we all need to leave Twitter and enough people do it, because I want to speak what I feel led to speak to as many people as I possibly can.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But so that's really all. I mean, I'm not sure. There's a lot of radio stations that don't agree with the things we say, but I don't want to lose their platform.
Right.
But if it's not going to be any different or that much different for somebody who puts stuff out from time to time, I'd rather not have to do one on Parler and do one on Twitter. And if Parler's just kind of not going to be much different, I don't know that it's really worth. And plus, is Parler got enough? When you're saying over here I can send a message out to 65,000 people, and over here I can send a message out to 1,000. I mean, 1,000 is still good, but you start thinking when I have to build two different things every time I want to put something out. I wanted it to be a different audience, not just doing the same thing everybody else is doing.
Right.
Now you just become a not as popular version of what we already got. And I'm not saying it's going to go that far, but it feels that way, doesn't it?
Right.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a big day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Waking on the blubber.